Welcome to Terrified Tales, where things are about to get unsettling. Before we dive deeper into the darkness, make sure to like and subscribe. Let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. Are you brave enough to be here at night? Now, relax and let the fear take hold. Story 1. The air inside the room was thick, almost suffocating, as if it were holding its breath in anticipation. The dim light above flickered occasionally, casting erratic shadows that slithered across the peeling walls. It was an old government tool facility, so secretive that no one would ever admit it existed. Yet its walls seemed to have absorbed the suffering of those who had passed through it. The floor was cold and sterile, its grey tiles cracked in places, as if even the very ground beneath them had begun to lose its resolve. The 5 men sat huddled in the center of the room, their gazes fixed on a single, barely functioning light bulb overhead. They had been told to stay awake, that it was for the good of the nation, that this experiment would help them survive the most trying of circumstances. Some of them were soldiers, others merely citizens caught in the wrong place at the wrong time, their lives discarded by the cold machinery of a government that cared little for their names. One of them, an older man with deep lines etched into his face, clenched his fists as he stared at the floor. His lips were drawn tight, his mind trying desperately to suppress the tremor in his hands. Sleep was a distant, almost laughable memory. The last few days had been a blur, the passing of time marked only by the gnawing ache in his bones and the way his eyelids felt, as if they were trying to close against his will. Is anyone else hearing that? The young soldier beside him whispered, his voice barely audible. The others froze. A strange scratching sound had begun, slow and rhythmic, like someone was gently dragging their nails across the walls. The noise echoed in the empty room, filling the silence with an ominous weight. "No," the older man replied, his voice clipped, as if he feared speaking might give the sound life. But then it came again, louder this time. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The others turned their heads toward the walls, their faces pale under the dim light. Nothing. The walls were bare, marked only by old stains and the occasional crack. "It's nothing," the older man muttered, shaking his head. The mind plays tricks on you. Lack of sleep does that. But even as he said it, the young soldier's eyes widened, his pupils dilating as if he were on the verge of something terrible. He clenched his fists, his jaw set tight, and his breath shallow. Something in the room felt wrong, as if the very space around them had begun to twist, to stretch, to shift, becoming something else entirely. The door was locked, and none of them had seen another human being for days. They were utterly alone. The government officials who had promised to monitor their progress through hidden cameras had not checked in once. It was as if they were being forgotten. No, worse, abandoned. Suddenly the scraping sound stopped. Dead. Silence. But in that silence, something new emerged. A soft whisper, barely audible. It came from all around them, not from one particular place, but everywhere at once. The whisper was a jumble of broken words, incomprehensible, but urgent. The older man's heart pounded in his chest. His fingers trembled and his breath hitched. He could feel the others shifting around him, their discomfort palpable. Their eyes darting, searching for the source of the voice. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the whisper stopped. The men sat in tense silence. No one spoke. The air felt thick, too thick to breathe. But then, with a strange sense of dread creeping up their spines, they all realized something. The door had been unlocked. They had been chosen for reasons none of them understood, though all of them could guess. No one volunteered. But there were no real choices in this world. Their fates were sealed the moment their names had been written on that list. 5. Men, all strangers to one another, now shared a room they could never escape. The harsh white walls were bare, and the only decoration was a single, blinking light overhead. No windows, no clocks, no way to mark the passage of time. It was a place built to strip away their sense of the outside world. A room designed to isolate, to break the mind. In the beginning, it hadn't seemed so bad. After all, they'd been told this was a matter of national security, sleep deprivation, an experiment to test human endurance. They were here to prove they could survive, to push their limits in service of their country. It sounded noble enough at first, patriotic even. The reality was something far worse. They were prisoners in a cold, faceless building, their names replaced by numbers, their identities reduced to mere data points in an experiment no one was meant to talk about, let alone survive. They had been in the room for days. How many, they couldn't say. Time was a distant, elusive concept. The days bled into each other like watercolor in a rainstorm. Their bodies ached with exhaustion, their minds dull and sluggish. Still they stayed awake, for fear of the punishment they'd receive if they closed their eyes, even for a moment. There had been no food for the last day and a half, and the water they'd been given tasted faintly metallic, as if it had been sitting in pipes for too long. The hunger gnawed at them, but it wasn't the hunger that was eating them alive. It was the silence. The room, once quiet and oppressive, now felt alive with something unseen, something wrong. The air itself seemed to vibrate, hum with a low, subtle energy. They'd begun to hear strange noises in the walls, at first faint and dismissible, scraping, scuttling, the unmistakable sound of something moving where it should not. That had been the first night. After that, it hadn't stopped. The sound had started small, like distant whispers that seemed to echo from some far-off place. But it quickly grew in intensity, until it felt as though the very room was breathing with them, listening. It was no longer possible to ignore. Did anyone else hear that? The young soldier had asked, his voice a mixture of confusion and dread. His eyes were wide, pupils dilated as though he hadn't slept in a lifetime. The older man, who had spent most of his life in the cold reaches of the Russian countryside, had looked at him with a grim stare, as if to say he wasn't a fool for hearing things. He had heard them too, but he had learned over the years not to speak of such things. Some things were better left unspoken, swept into the dark corners of your mind where they couldn't find you. For a time it was nothing more than a nuisance, something to ignore, something to push aside. They kept themselves busy, trying to hold on to their sanity. The younger soldier, more than the rest, clung to the act of doing something, anything. He paced back and forth across the room, walking from one end to the other, his boots clicking sharply on the cold floor. Sometimes he'd whisper to himself, as if speaking aloud could reassure him that he was still grounded in the present. But in his voice, there was the unmistakable tremor of fear. The older man had no such distraction. He had simply sat, legs crossed, eyes closed, trying to hold on to the last shred of peace. But his mind was a battlefield. Old memories flashed behind his eyelids, his wife's face, the birth of his son, the forest outside his childhood home. They came in flashes, brief and fragmented, but they were enough to remind him of a life he had long ago lost. He had tried to sleep on the second day, just for an hour, just to close his eyes. But the moment his head hit the floor, the room seemed to stretch, to warp, and the scratching sound grew louder. He could feel it, deep in his chest, vibrating like the bones of the dead. He opened his eyes, and the walls were alive. Alive, with movement. They were shifting, twisting in unnatural ways, as though the room itself was aware of him, watching him. That was when the first scream echoed through the room. It was the older man, the one who had been quietly going mad. His face had turned pale, his hands shaking violently as he clutched at the sides of his head, eyes wide with terror. He had screamed like a child, his voice high-pitched, desperate, as if the very act of screaming was a lifeline to something real, something that could save him. But there was nothing real left in the room, only darkness. "It's inside me," he had shouted. "Something is inside me." The others had tried to calm him, to speak reason, but the man was beyond reason. His hands were clawing at his skin now, scratching and digging at his flesh, as though trying to tear it off. It was as if his body had become a prison, and the thing inside was trying to escape. The young soldier had backed away in horror, his hands trembling as he watched the older man convulse on the floor. His screams were muffled now, like the sound of someone drowning in their own blood. "I can feel it in the walls," the older man had said, his voice ragged. "It's watching us. Watching me." His eyes rolled back, and he fell to the floor, a final gasp escaping him. The silence that followed was thick and suffocating. The walls closed in around them, and no one spoke, not for what felt like hours. The young soldier had collapsed against the wall, his body trembling. The older man was gone, his body twisted in impossible shapes, the skin stretched tight over his bones. There were no signs of violence, no wounds, only the unnatural contortion of his body that made it look like something not quite human anymore. The others were afraid to move. They sat there, staring at his body, the reality of their situation sinking in like the cold touch of death. But the fear did not come from the sight of death itself. It came from the way the room felt after. How it seemed empty, as though the man had never existed. The door remained locked. The walls, as silent as ever, bore witness to what they had witnessed. But something had changed. Something had shifted. From that moment on, the walls were alive. The scratching began again, louder this time. The young soldier trembled, unable to speak, unable to think. His mind was in turmoil, every corner of it filled with the nightmare he had just witnessed. There was no denying it anymore. They were not alone. There were things in the walls. The days stretched on, the passage of time nothing more than a blur of pain, fear, and disorientation. There was no way to track it anymore, not with any real certainty. The clock on the wall, which had once been set to mark the hours, had stopped, ticking long ago. The hours that passed without their notice now weighed heavier than any burden. They no longer felt like men, but ghosts, drifting through a void that seemed to stretch endlessly. At first, it had been the scraping, the strange sound from the walls that had seemed so distant, so easily ignorable. But now, it was everywhere, all around them, a rhythmic scratching, as though something was desperately trying to escape from the walls themselves. It was a sound that could be felt in the bones, deep in the chest, vibrating with a terrible energy. The lights, too, had begun to flicker more frequently. One minute, they would be blinding, casting harsh shadows that danced on the edges of the room. The next, they would dim to a ghostly glow, casting everything in a sickly yellowish hue. There was no discernible pattern to it, no explanation. Just the growing realization that the very space around them was growing hostile, alive with something unseen, something that existed beyond their understanding. The men had been told that they were part of an experiment, that this would end when they had proven their worth, their endurance. But as each passing hour blended with the next, they came to realize something far more sinister. The experiment had no end. They were trapped here, not as participants, but as subjects. Expendable, irrelevant, nothing more than test animals. Their bodies and minds had become the currency of a cold scientific cruelty, their fate sealed long before they had entered the room. The hunger, too, gnawed at them, not just for food, but for something else, something intangible. It started with the first man's death, that twisted, contorted body, That scream that still echoed in their minds, reverberating through their skulls. But now, it was something more. It was the hunger for the darkness that lived within the room, for the unknown. The men had begun to speak less. The conversation had dwindled to nothing, replaced by quiet, uneasy glances, furtive movements, and the occasional murmur when someone could no longer bear the silence. The younger soldier had been the first to snap. His eyes, once bright with the eager energy of youth, had become hollow, sunken. He no longer spoke, and when he did, it was in fragmented sentences that made no sense. He was often seen standing by the corner, staring blankly at the walls, his hand pressed to the surface as if feeling for something beneath them. Once, he had spoken about the whispers, a low, garbled sound that had begun to join the scratching. It was as if someone, something, was trying to speak to them, to call them deeper into the darkness. The older man, who had once tried to keep his sanity intact by holding on to memories of a past life, had also begun to lose his grip. His hair had grown long, unkempt, and streaked with grey, though his age remained indistinguishable from the others. It was the look in his eyes that had changed, the way they darted nervously from one corner of the room to the next, as though watching for something just out of sight. He had tried to talk to the others, to explain what he had been feeling, but every attempt was met with silence, or worse, a vacant stare. It wasn't just the psychological toll that wore them down, but something deeper, something primal. The walls had begun to press in on them, slowly at first, until the room felt smaller, more oppressive. There were moments when the space felt like it was alive, shifting and moving as if the very building itself had become sentient. The scratching, too, had evolved. No longer was it just a light scraping. Now, the sound reverberated throughout the room, filling the air like 100 claws scratching against stone. It was coming from everywhere, the ceiling, the floor, the corners. It was a terrible, invasive sound, like the room was being gnawed away by something unseen, something that wanted to break free. And then there were the eyes. The eyes had started appearing in the shadows. At first, it was nothing more than a trick of the light, shadows cast by the flickering bulb playing tricks on their minds. But then there was no denying it. Two glowing eyes, barely visible in the darkness, watching them. It wasn't just paranoia. The eyes were there, in the corner of the room, and they were watching. They never blinked, never moved, but always stared, their cold, unfeeling gaze fixed on the men. No one spoke of them. How could they? They weren't sure who was seeing them and who was just imagining them. Were the eyes real, or were they the manifestation of their collective madness? It was during the fourth day, though by now time had ceased to matter, that the first real breakdown happened. It was the young soldier again. His movements had become more erratic, more desperate. He would press his hands to his ears, as though trying to block out the voices that no one else could hear. His body shook with uncontrollable spasms, his eyes wide and unblinking. His breathing became labored, as though the air itself was too thick to take in. And then, in one sudden, violent moment, he turned toward the others, his mouth open in a silent scream. The silence was deafening as they all watched him writhe on the ground. His body twisted and contorted in unnatural ways, as if he were being pulled apart from the inside. His joints cracked loudly, the sound echoing off the walls. His skin stretched, taut and pale, his muscles bulging grotesquely as he continued to twist and jerk. The others could do nothing. They just stared in horror, helpless to stop the man from his own self-destruction. It was a slow, agonizing death. It wasn't just that his body was falling apart. It was that his mind was too, torn apart by whatever force had already claimed him. His eyes rolled back and his mouth, still open, made no sound as his body finally gave out. And with that, He was gone. The remaining men had collapsed into stunned silence, the room suddenly colder, emptier. The young soldier's body lay in a twisted heap in the center of the room, a grotesque reminder of the power that was holding them here. The shadows seemed to creep closer, the walls pulsing with an energy that felt alive, as though it were, aware of their fear, feeding on it. But even as they stared at the lifeless body of their comrade, the horror did not end. The scratching resumed. Louder now, and then, with an almost unholy speed, something in the corner of the room moved. At first, it was just a slight shifting of shadows, an impossible twitch that made their hearts stop. Then, more distinct, long, thin fingers stretched out of the corner, clawing against the wall with an unnatural speed. The men froze. It was alive. They had all seen it. It was not human. The shape that had emerged from the shadows was far from anything they had ever known. Elongated limbs, a face too dark to make out, but filled with eyes. Eyes that multiplied. Eyes that seemed to reach out of the darkness and into their minds. For a moment they didn't breathe. And then, as quickly as it had appeared, the figure retreated, disappearing, back into the shadows. But the damage had been done. There was no denying it anymore. Something had come from the walls, something old, something hungry. After the horror of the young soldier's final moments, the atmosphere in the room had shifted irreversibly. There was no returning to the relative calm they had once known. No pretending that everything was going to be all right. The walls were closing in. The shadows were lengthening, and the strange, unnatural entity, if that was even what it was, had made its presence known. They had all seen it. They had all felt its terrible, suffocating energy, like the room itself had, become its flesh. None of them spoke of what had happened. The dead soldier's body remained at the center of the room, his twisted form serving as a grim reminder of how fragile they all were, how easily the human body could break under the weight of whatever force was moving through the walls. The oldest of the survivors, the man who had held onto his memories of a life outside this place, stayed as far away from the body as he could, sitting in a corner with his arms tightly wrapped around his knees. His breath was shallow. His eyes were glassy, unfocused. He wasn't really there anymore. His mind had already begun to slip, unraveling as he tried to make sense of what had happened, what was still happening. The remaining soldier, younger, and still trying to keep himself together, paced nervously back and forth across the room. His movements were erratic, like a caged animal, never staying in one spot for long. Every now and then, he would glance nervously toward the corner where the shadowy figure had emerged. The room felt different now. The walls, once dull and unassuming, now seemed to pulse with life, as though they were breathing. The lights flickered with increasing frequency, casting twisted shadows that danced across the room. It was as if something was moving just out of view, watching them, waiting for the moment when they would break completely. And then there were the eyes. They had started appearing more frequently now, first just as faint glimmers in the shadows, but slowly, steadily, growing more distinct. At first it had been only one or two, tiny pinpricks of light peering out from the darkness, but now the walls themselves were covered in them, countless blinking eyes that stared at the men without blinking, without any mercy. They glistened, cold and unfeeling, fixed on them as though waiting for them to make the wrong move. Every time they looked away, they could feel those eyes boring into their backs. No matter how they turned, no matter where they went, the eyes followed them, fixed on their every movement. The young soldier, his nerves already frayed from the events of the last few days, couldn't stand it any longer. He couldn't stand. The eyes, they were always there, always watching. They filled every crack, every corner of the room. "What is this?" he muttered to himself, his voice cracking. His hands shook violently as he pressed them against his temples. "What's happening to us?" The older man didn't respond. He couldn't. The words had long since stopped meaning anything. He had given up trying to make sense of it all. What was the point? The more they tried to understand, the more their sanity slipped through their fingers like sand. All that mattered now was surviving until what? Until the experiment was over, until the room consumed them entirely. He had stopped counting the days. They had all stopped counting. It didn't matter anymore. The walls, now covered in a labyrinth of eyes, seemed to be alive with movement. They blinked slowly, in unison, as though they were aware of them. But there was something more to the eyes than just sight. They seemed to be feeding on the men's fear, drawing strength from it. Every time a man glanced at the walls, every time his heart raced in terror, the eyes seemed to grow brighter, more numerous. The scratching had intensified as well. The walls seemed to tremble with the force of it, the noise reverberating through the room like 1,000 claws tearing at the fabric of reality. It was as though something was trying to break through from the other side. Something was waiting for them. "Do you hear it?" the young soldier asked suddenly, his voice frantic. "Do you hear them? It's getting closer. I can hear them. In the walls!" The older man raised his eyes slowly, his face hollow and gaunt. But he didn't answer. There was no point in answering. The walls were alive. They had to be, and something was on the other side. The younger soldier was shaking now, his breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. He was standing near the door, his eyes darting between the walls and the corner where the eyes seemed to gather. His hands were trembling as he reached for the handle, his fingers slipping over it with slick, nervous sweat. He was desperate to leave, to get out, to escape the suffocating presence that was closing in around them. But the door didn't budge. It had never budged. It was as if the room itself refused to let them go. They were trapped in this nightmare, bound by invisible chains. "No!" he cried out, slamming his fist against the door. "Let us out, please!" His voice cracked with desperation, but there was no answer, only the soft, persistent sound of the scratching that echoed through the room. It was closer now. It was getting louder, almost as if something was moving just beneath the surface of the walls, scraping its way closer to them. It was a sound that gnawed at the edges of their sanity, pulling at the fragile threads of their minds. And then, without warning, the room seemed to shift. The shadows in the corners of the room deepened, and the eyes in the walls blinked, all of them at once. The floor beneath their feet trembled, and the young soldier staggered back, his body lurching as though he had lost all sense of balance. The older man rose to his feet with a slow, deliberate movement. He had seen something. Something that made him understand, finally, that there was no escape. There was no way out of this place. Not anymore. The walls had claimed them. And then, the scratching stopped. The walls fell completely silent, and for a moment everything seemed still, as if the room itself were holding its breath. But that silence was short-lived. A new sound began, a low, guttural growl, so deep that it seemed to come from the very heart of the building itself. It was an animalistic sound, primal and hungry, and it was coming from inside the walls. The eyes blinked again. This time, they were no longer watching from the walls. They were part of them now, part of the room itself. The eyes pulsed in rhythm with the growling, as if they were alive, feeding on the fear, the terror, the despair that was mounting within the men. The young soldier collapsed to his knees, his face pale with terror as he pressed his hands against his ears, trying to block out the sound. He could feel it now, the presence in the walls. It wasn't just watching them. It was inside them, inside their minds, curling like a snake in the darkness, feeding on their thoughts, their fears. And then, as if responding to the rising terror in the room, the door opened. Just for a moment, just a crack. But it was enough. The room was not what it had seemed. It was not just a cold, lifeless box, a test chamber for the weary. It was alive, and now it was inviting them in. The door stood open, just a crack, barely wide enough to see the shifting shadows beyond. But to the men trapped inside the room, it was enough to send their hearts racing. For the first time in what felt like forever, there was an opportunity, an opening, a chance to escape this suffocating nightmare. They had been trapped within this hellish, impossible space for so long that the mere thought of freedom made their pulses throb in their temples. But the door didn't stay open for long. It began to close inch by agonizing inch, its hinges creaking with a low, mournful sound. The soldiers stared at it in disbelief. They hadn't even dared to move toward it at first, as though simply approaching it would doom them, sealing their fate forever. They had grown accustomed to the oppressive stillness of their prison, the ever-watchful eyes, the scratching that never ceased. They had learned to live with it, to survive in the claustrophobic haze of terror that surrounded them. But now, this was different. The door was opening. The room had allowed it. Something was waiting on the other side. The younger soldier, driven by a mix of terror and instinct, was the first to move. His hands trembled as he took a single step forward, his breath ragged as if he had run a marathon. His eyes darted toward the dark space behind the door, but he could see nothing beyond it. Only the suffocating blackness that pressed in like an invisible hand, squeezing the air from his lungs. The older man, whose frail body had long since given in to the oppressive atmosphere, gripped his chest with one hand, his nails digging into his own skin. His heart thundered in his ears. His breathing was shallow, unsteady, as if the very air was thick with poison. He couldn't bear it anymore. The waiting, the uncertainty. The knowing that something had been there in the dark for so long, watching them, whispering to them through the walls, making them into things they didn't recognize. "I can't stay here," the younger soldier muttered under his breath, his voice weak, cracking from the weight of what they had endured. His eyes never left the door, which was slowly closing in front of him, but his body remained frozen, caught in a paralyzed state between action and inaction. The old man turned his gaze toward him, his once piercing blue eyes now clouded and hollow. "Don't," he whispered hoarsely, as if to say the words out loud would make the very act of defying their fate impossible. "It's worse out there. It's waiting." The younger soldier shook his head, his lips trembling. "We have to try. We have no choice. This thing in here, it's not just the walls, it's the room, the air, the..." He choked on his words, his throat dry. The room felt heavier, as if the very walls were leaning in toward them. The scraping from the walls had stopped again, but the silence left behind was far worse. It was as though the room were holding its breath, waiting for them to make the wrong move. Or perhaps it was listening for their next mistake. The door groaned, the hinges protesting the movement, but it continued its slow descent, inching closer to its final position. No, the soldiers thought. They couldn't let it close. They couldn't let the room trap them again. Without thinking, the young soldier lunged forward. His hand, slick with sweat, reached for the door. His fingers brushed against the cold metal handle and his heart soared with hope. He could escape. He could get out. And then something happened. The air grew impossibly thick, a pressure that crushed against their lungs. The shadows seemed to stretch, reaching out to him, drawing him in, as though the room itself had grown hungry. It felt as though every inch of the space was alive, every corner watching, waiting. The dark, cold void behind the door seemed to call to him, beckoning him into the abyss. The young soldier's hand froze. The door had stopped moving, its edges now just a sliver open, a pale strip of darkness beyond. His breath hitched. He could feel the cold breath of the shadows on his skin. Someone was on the other side of that door. He took a step back, his chest heaving with panic, his body trembling violently. He wanted to run. He wanted to leave. But the terror held him in place, rooted to the spot as though his very soul had been shackled by the unseen force in the room. The older man, who had grown quiet, suddenly whispered, "Don't go. It's worse out there. You don't know what's waiting." But it was too late. The younger soldier's desperation had taken hold of him, the need to escape overpowering everything else. He pressed his hand against the door again, harder this time, forcing it open. A sharp screech echoed through the room, the noise cutting through the stillness like a knife. The crack widened. Then a gust of wind hit him, a freezing, violent blast of cold air so intense it made his teeth ache. The shadows behind the door seemed to swirl, twisting in on themselves like a living, writhing thing. It was as if the darkness itself had become a tangible force, pouring through the crack, flooding the room with its cold presence. The soldier staggered back, his eyes wide in horror. He had seen something moving in that darkness. It wasn't a thing, it was a mass, a shape, a grotesque, undulating form, something so alien and monstrous that his brain refused to comprehend it. And then there was a voice. It was a whisper at first, barely audible, like a faint breeze against his ear. But it grew louder, more insistent, filling the room with its unintelligible hiss. "Come closer." The voice was not human. It was as though the sound itself had been twisted, torn apart, dragged from the depths of the room. It was everywhere, coming from all directions at once. "The soldier screamed, his voice shrill and desperate. He turned to run, but the door slammed shut behind him with a violent force, trapping him in place. His back slammed against the cold metal, and his body crumpled to the floor as the room seemed to shake with an unnatural intensity. The darkness closed in on him. He could feel its tendrils reaching toward him, curling around his limbs, dragging him toward the very walls, the very place where the eyes had been waiting. The older man watched from his corner, paralyzed by the horror of it. "Oh!" His heart thudded in his chest as the room seemed to hum with a terrible, unholy energy. There was nothing he could do, no escape, no way out. It was as though the room had swallowed the soldier whole, taking him into its darkness, making him one with the walls. But the worst part was the eyes. They had begun to move. Slowly, methodically, they slid across the walls, shifting as if they were alive. They blinked in unison, their gaze fixed on the older man. He could feel them, watching, waiting. Then he heard it, a sound from somewhere deep within the room, something that made his blood run cold. It wasn't the whisper of the soldier anymore. It wasn't the growling of the darkness. It was something far worse. A low, guttural laugh. The laugh echoed through the room, reverberating off the walls, crawling into their minds, gnawing at their sanity. It was coming from nowhere, from everywhere, and with that laugh, the last shred of hope they had clung to vanished. The room had become something else. It was no longer just a place of containment, a laboratory, an experiment. It was alive, it was hunting them, and it would never let them go. The air in the room grew heavy, impossibly thick, as though the very atmosphere was being manipulated by the unseen forces that had taken control of this forsaken place. The man, once a soldier, now felt his sanity splintering into pieces, his thoughts no longer his own. His body trembled as he tried to push himself up from the floor, his limbs feeling like lead, each movement painful. But there was something more sinister at work than the disorienting weakness in his muscles. He could hear it now, the whispering, a low, raspy voice creeping in through his skull. He wasn't alone. It had started softly. A faint murmur, like the rustling of wind through dead leaves. It wasn't even words at first, just a sound. But then it grew louder. A voice, female in tone, though hollow and distant. An impossible thing, not human. not any more than the eyes that stared at them from the walls. "You are here," it whispered, so softly it could have been his own mind playing tricks on him. But it wasn't. No, he had heard it with his own ears. "You are all here, waiting to be consumed." His skin prickled as he looked around, searching the space. But the walls remained silent. The only sound his ragged breathing. His hands clawed at the cold concrete beneath him, seeking something to anchor him in this waking nightmare. But there was no escape from it. He had been here too long, too far gone. The younger soldier had vanished. He had been taken by the room, that was certain. Gone, swallowed whole by the dark void of the shadows behind the door, leaving only the faintest trace of his desperation in the echoes of his cries. That was the last time they had heard his voice. The door closing with a force that reverberated in his bones. Now, the room was alive. It had been from the beginning, he realized. He had been so caught up in the terror of the moment, in the madness of the experiment, that he had failed to see it. The room wasn't just a place. It was a thing, an entity that had taken root in their minds, in their bodies, clawing its way into their very souls. The walls weren't just watching him. They were feeding on him, on his fear, his guilt, his shattered mind. The voice in the walls spoke again, and this time it was closer, as though it had crawled out from the very cracks between the stones. They tried to escape too. He froze, the words gnawing at his already fractured mind. Escape. Who had tried to escape? He had seen soldiers in the dark before, their faces twisted in agony, their bodies mangled and broken, all attempting to run from something that wasn't even visible. Was that the price of escape? Were they all doomed to become part of the walls? His breath quickened, and his body jerked upright as he struggled to focus, fighting the rising panic that threatened to consume him. The walls, the eyes, began to pulse. Slowly, steadily, the glowing pupils flared, becoming brighter and more intense with each passing second, until the room seemed to be filled with a blinding light. He squinted, struggling to make sense of what he was seeing. The walls weren't static anymore. They were shifting. They rippled like liquid, bending and distorting, alive. And then the laughter came again. Not just the faint, hollow laugh from before, but something else, something deeper, darker. It was like a storm, a great, terrible force that crackled through the air, making his ears ring with a sound that felt like nails scraping on bone. He scrambled to his feet, his mind spinning in disarray, but there was nowhere to go. No corner of the room was safe. It wasn't even just the walls anymore. The air itself seemed to be alive, pulsing with a malevolent presence that bore down on him. The voice came again, no longer a whisper, but a commanding force, filling the room with its cold authority. "You were always meant to be here. All of you." The words slithered inside his mind like worms burrowing into flesh. "You were chosen for a purpose. A purpose you cannot understand, but you will, in time." He stumbled back, his heart hammering against his ribcage, each breath a struggle. His eyes darted around the room, searching for the source of this madness. He saw nothing, no figure, no form. Just the sickening ripples in the walls and the unblinking eyes watching, always watching. And then it clicked. The walls were alive, yes, but they were also something more. They were connected, not just to each other, but to him, to all of them. The room had been designed this way. They were no longer separate entities, soldier and room. They had merged, become one. The walls had consumed them, but it was more than that. The room had been made to feed on them, to break them down piece by piece, devouring their minds and bodies until they became part of its vast, shifting labyrinth. There was no escape because there never had been. It had always been a trap. The younger soldier had not been taken by the dark void behind the door. He had been reduced, his very essence pulled into the walls, joining the mass of other lost souls who had been pulled in. Before him, it was not death. No, death would have been a release. What awaited them all was something far worse. The voice in the walls grew louder, more powerful, as if the very room was laughing at him now. You see it now, don't you? You see what you are, what we all are. The words twisted through his mind like daggers. His vision blurred and his skin crawled as the room seemed to fold in on itself. The eyes, they were no longer just watching. They were reaching out, clawing at his body, at his thoughts. His hand moved to his chest, trying to tear away the feeling that something was crawling inside him, growing inside him. It was too late, though. The room had already taken hold. The sea. Walls pulsed with power. The voices rose in a cacophony of sounds that swirled together into one terrible, unified roar. He could feel it now, in his bones, in his blood. His body was no longer his own. He screamed. A ragged, desperate cry for mercy, for freedom. But there was no answer. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the noise stopped. Silence fell. A dead, suffocating silence. The walls, they had stopped moving. The eyes blinked, slowly, as though satisfied with what they had done. The room grew still. The door, which had once opened in such a grotesque invitation, was now gone. The crack that had allowed him a brief glimpse of the outside world, of freedom, had vanished. The walls had sealed him in, and there would be no more cracks, no more openings. There would be no more hope. And then he realized, with growing horror, what had happened. He wasn't alone. He had never been alone. The other soldiers, those who had come before him, were there. They were inside him. He could feel them. Their memories, their fears, their broken souls, now woven into the fabric of the room just like his. They were all here, trapped in the walls, part of the endless maze that stretched far beyond the limits of his comprehension. He was no longer a man. He was a part of the experiment, an endless part of the living nightmare that had claimed them all. And he knew in that terrible moment that he would never escape. He would never die. He would never be free. The walls had become a prison, but not in the way he'd imagined. It wasn't just the physical confines that suffocated him. No, it was something deeper, something far more intimate and terrifying. The room had become a part of him. He had become a part of the room. The voices, they never stopped. The whispers, those faint, elusive echoes, had turned into something far worse. Now they were sharp, jagged, like 1,000 knives cutting into his skull from every direction. They were always there, always watching, always listening. They were not just the echoes of the soldiers who had come before him, but something far darker, far older. The voice from the walls, it was no longer a whisper. It had grown into something much more oppressive, like a thick fog that smothered every ounce of thought in his mind. It spoke now, not just to him, but to everyone, to anyone who had ever been caught in the room. The voice knew everything, every hidden fear, every regret, every moment of weakness that had ever been felt. "You will never leave," it whispered. But it didn't come from a single direction. It came from everywhere. Everywhere. The walls seemed to bend and warp, their surfaces rippling with an energy that made his skin crawl. "There is no escape from the shadows. You belong to us now." He pressed his hands to his ears, trying to block it out, but the voices were inside him, inside his very soul. There was no escape, not from them, not from this. His fingers dug into his scalp, as if he could pull his brain out, as though tearing himself apart could silence the horror. But it wouldn't stop. It never stopped. The walls were watching him, the eyes blinking slowly, as though amused by his suffering. They weren't just on the surface anymore, they were everywhere. They were in the air, in his thoughts, in his very blood. The longer he stayed here, the more he became part of the room, part of the experiment. The walls were now his skin. The eyes that watched, the voices that whispered were his thoughts. He couldn't escape himself. A sound broke the maddening stillness, the clattering of something heavy, something dragging across the floor, scraping against the cold concrete. It came from the far corner of the room, just beyond the reach of the flickering light, the shadows swirling like ink spilling across the walls. His breath hitched as he turned toward the sound, every instinct in his body telling him to run, to get away, to hide. But there was nowhere to go. The air in the room was so thick with dread that it felt like it was pressing down on him, suffocating him. He couldn't breathe. The walls were closing in. The dragging sound grew louder, nearer, until it stopped, just at the edge of the light. The shadow in the corner quivered, and for the first time since he had entered the room, it was as if something moved in the dark, something that had been waiting. And then, from the shadows, came a figure. It was him. No, not exactly. It was a distorted version of him, a shadow of him. Its face was contorted, its eyes wide and wild, its body skeletal and twisted, as though it had been starved for weeks. The thing in front of him was him, but not. It was a reflection, an echo of his own mind, a part of him that had been warped and twisted by the room's power. Its movements were jerky, like a marionette pulled by unseen strings. His heart pounded as he stared at the thing. It spoke. The voice was his own, but hollow. Wrong. "You're here with us now," the thing rasped, its mouth splitting open unnaturally wide, revealing jagged blackened teeth. It grinned, but there was no joy in it, just an abyss, an empty void. "We're all here, forever." The words echoed through his mind, and he recoiled, stumbling backward. His legs gave way and he collapsed to the floor, a scream caught in his throat. It wasn't real. It couldn't be real. But the thing took a step forward, its foot dragging, leaving a trail of wetness across the floor. It was real, and it was getting closer. The voices in the walls, which had been a low hum before, were now a chorus. They grew louder, more frantic, as though the room itself was reacting to the arrival of this thing. The soldier tried to push himself away, but the floor beneath him felt like it was turning to quicksand. His skin burned, his head swam, with a dizzying sensation of vertigo, as if the world was spiraling out of control. "No, no," he whispered, unable to form coherent words. "This isn't real. This isn't real." He repeated the mantra to himself like a prayer, as if he could somehow push back against the reality that was consuming him. The room was alive. The walls had eyes. His thoughts were no longer his own. He was being eaten from the inside out. But then the thing spoke again. And this time, it was not just its voice. It was a compulsion, a terrible, irresistible force that dragged his mind away from itself. "It's too late for you." The thing smiled, and as it did, its face seemed to shift, its features warping and distorting, becoming even more grotesque. "You are one of us now. You are just another echo, just another voice in the wall." It reached out, its long, twisted fingers brushing his cheek. The touch was like ice, a jolt of freezing cold that crawled beneath his skin, burrowing deep into his flesh. He tried to scream, but his throat was tight, his breath stolen by the weight of the room. The thing was not just touching him, it was invading him. "You are the last one," it said, its voice low and guttural, as though the words had been dragged from the depths of some terrible abyss. the last to join the others, the last to be consumed. And then we can begin. Begin? Begin what? The question echoed in his mind, but the answer was too horrible to understand. He knew what they were doing, what the room was doing. It was consuming them. All of them. They weren't just prisoners in some dark chamber. They were part of it. They had always been a part of it. They had always been meant to be consumed, to become echoes, voices trapped inside the walls. His mind began to fracture as the thing's cold fingers slid deeper into his skin, pulling at his thoughts, his memories. His entire being was being pulled apart. And then he felt it. The room had always been alive. The walls weren't just a prison, they were a conduit. They were a vessel, carrying something far older, far more terrible than he could ever comprehend. The voices in the walls were the room was the voices, and it was waiting for him to break. The room had been built for this. It had been designed to strip them down, to break them into pieces, to tear apart their identities until they no longer existed as individuals, but as part of the collective. A collective consciousness trapped inside the walls, an endless loop of suffering and agony, a machine that would never stop, that would never let them go. He was not the first, and he wouldn't be the last. And now, he was no longer just a man. He was a voice, he was a shadow, he was part of it. The whispers never stopped. They had become part of him, woven into the very fabric of his being. The voice from the walls had seeped into his thoughts, tangled itself around his memories until he could no longer tell where the walls ended, and he began. The echoes, the moans, the unintelligible murmurs, they were all him. They had always been. He was a vessel for their suffering, a mere conduit for the room's insatiable hunger. Each time he closed his eyes, the darkness was there, waiting. There was no escape from it. Not from the voices, not from the shifting shadows, not from the truth that now clawed its way to the forefront of his mind. The truth of the experiment, the truth of the room, and the awful, undeniable truth of what he had become. In the beginning, it had been a game, a warped experiment designed to test the boundaries of human endurance. But now, it was no longer just an experiment. No, it had evolved. It had become something far darker, far more insidious than they had ever been prepared for. Something alive, feeding on their minds, their bodies, their very souls. The walls. They weren't just watching him. No, they were watching everyone. They had seen it all. The fear, the panic, the hopelessness. And they had fed on it. It was then that the full realization hit him, the horrifying truth of the experiment. The walls weren't simply observing, they were recording. Every scream, every tear, every agonizing thought had been captured and stored. Every single moment of suffering was etched into the very stones, embedded like a permanent scar. The room had been made to trap them, to feed off their suffering and record it for eternity. And it wasn't just the soldiers who had been trapped here. No, the room had been built on the foundations of something much older, something far more ancient. The walls weren't made from ordinary stone. They were carved from something that had once been alive, something that had died. And in its death, it had become part of the walls, part of the room. It had become the experiment itself. As the realization sunk in, his head began to spin. His breath quickened, his heart racing as the room seemed to close in tighter, suffocating him with its heavy, oppressive presence. The voices grew louder, louder still, until they became a cacophony, a maddening, jarring symphony of agony and despair. The walls pulsed with an energy that was almost palpable, like the rhythmic beating of a heart. And then the shadows began to move. The blackness that had once been a harmless part of the room, something as inevitable as the absence of light, began to stir. The shadows no longer clung to the walls as they once had. No, they shifted. They crept. They were alive. He staggered back, his mind reeling. The air was thick, suffocating, swirling around him like a storm. He could feel the weight of it, pressing down on him from all sides, as if the room itself were constricting around him. His breath came in ragged gasps, but the air was no longer pure. It was tainted. He could taste it on his tongue, like metal, like decay. "We've been waiting," a voice spoke, and it wasn't the voice from the walls. This voice was different. It was clearer, more distinct, but still tinged with that same hollow, dead resonance. It came from everywhere, and yet nowhere. It was as if it had come from deep within him, waiting for you to understand. The shadow. In the corner of the room, the figure moved, and this time it wasn't the distorted reflection of his own mind. No, this thing was real. Its form was shifting, constantly changing, never quite the same for more than a moment. It seemed to be made of the darkness itself, its shape flickering like a flame, its edges always in flux. Its eyes, if they could be called eyes, were hollow, black voids, sucking in the light around them. "You have always known," the voice continued, its tone slow, deliberate, like it was savoring each word. "The room is alive. And now, so are you." The thing in the corner smiled, if you could call it that. Its mouth opened impossibly wide, a grotesque rift in its face that seemed to stretch for eternity. Its teeth were jagged, blackened, as though they had been made from the very stones of the room. "You are a part of it now. A part of us." The thing's voice was so calm, so assured, as though it was stating the most obvious truth in the world. "You were always meant to be here, always meant to join the others. You can't run. There is no escape from the room. There never was." The words wrapped around his mind, burrowing deep into his consciousness, twisting and warping everything he had ever known. He was drowning in it, drowning in the realization that he was no different from those who had come before him, that all of them, every last one, had been trapped here for the same reason: to become part of it, to become part of the walls. And then it hit him. The experiment had not been a test of endurance, no. The true purpose had been far more insidious. They had been chosen to become part of something much greater than themselves. They had been meant to be consumed, to be absorbed into the walls, into the shadows, into the very fabric of the room itself. The shadows were not just shadows, they were the souls, the memories of those who had been swallowed by the room before him. Each one of them was now a piece of the room, a living, breathing part of the darkness. They were the fuel for the room's power, and soon he would be too. The realization sent a wave of nausea crashing over him. The thought that he was not just a prisoner, but a sacrifice, a vessel, was almost too much to bear. His mind spun as the walls closed in around him, their eyes flashing, their whispers growing louder and louder. The voices were no longer just in his head. They were in his blood. The room had fed on his pain, his fear, and now it was ready to consume him. He looked up. The thing, the shadow, was closer now. He could feel its presence crawling along his skin, like fingers of ice tracing their way down his spine. It was no longer an abstract fear, something he could deny. It was here. It was real. "Join us," the thing said softly, almost tenderly, as it reached out a twisted skeletal hand toward him. His body trembled. He wanted to scream, but his throat felt tight, constricted, as though the very air around him was being drawn out. His mind was slipping, crumbling under the weight of what he had learned. He couldn't escape. He couldn't wake up. This was his reality now. The room was his cage. The walls were his grave, and he would never be free. The shadow's hand was almost on him, and with it came the final, all-consuming darkness. There was no hope, no escape, only the wall. He had lost track of time. Days, Weeks, months, it no longer mattered. The room, the walls, had consumed his sense of reality. Every moment bled into the next, indistinguishable from the one before. The faint hum of the walls, the whispers that crawled like insects across the back of his mind, had become his constant companions. They were all around him now, so close he could hear the very sound of them breathing, as though the walls themselves had lungs. And the shadows, they were never far behind, slithering at the edges of his vision, flickering at the corner of his eyes, always waiting, always moving. The darkness had become something alive, something that followed him wherever he went. It had spread across the walls, its tendrils reaching out like fingers, like claws, scratching at the thin layer of sanity he had left. They knew. They always knew. But it wasn't just the shadows. No, the room was much worse than that. The walls, they had a voice now. They were alive, pulsating, breathing, exhaling with a terrible rhythmic beat. Each breath it took seemed to drown him further, pulling him down into the depths of something dark, ancient and endless. He could no longer tell where his own thoughts ended and the room's began. "You are part of us," the voice whispered again, its tone now soothing, almost lulling him into submission. "You always were. There is no escape. There never was." The voice was no longer an outside force. It was within him. It was inside his mind, nestling in the very core of his consciousness, feeding on his thoughts, his fears, his broken memories. The walls were alive. They knew him. They knew everything about him. His secrets, his sins, his regrets. They had seen it all, and they were keeping it. "You belong to us now," the voice repeated, softer now, as though it were trying to calm him, like a mother soothing her child. "There is no need to fight. There is no need to resist." But there was a rebellion in him, something small, something deep, clawing its way back from the depths of his mind. He had to remember. He had to remember what had brought him here, what had begun this nightmare. He forced his eyes open, gasping for air, though the room was suffocating him, squeezing every last breath from his lungs. His fingers twitched, moving with a strength that didn't belong to him. But there was no use in fighting anymore. His body no longer belonged to him. The walls had claimed it. He turned his head toward the dark corner of the room, where the figure, the shadow, waited. It was always there, watching him with its hollow eyes, its endless smile, its jagged teeth like cracked stone. The air around, it seemed to warp, vibrating with an energy that felt unnatural, as though the very space between them was bending, twisting, like an invisible hand was pushing at the fabric of reality itself. "You can't run," the figure said. Its voice was more than a sound. It was an essence, a presence that filled the air, that curled around his thoughts like smoke. "There is nowhere to hide. You were never meant to escape. You are part of the cycle." The cycle. The word echoed. In his mind, and as he heard it, a terrible clarity began to settle over him. The truth, no, the horrible, sickening truth washed over him in a wave of nausea. The cycle, the room, the walls, the shadows. This was not an experiment. No, this had never been a test of human endurance, of psychological limits. This was something else, something far more ancient, far more insidious. The room had always been designed for this, to trap souls, to consume them, to feed on their fear, on their memories, on their very essence. And he was one of them now, one of the echoes, one of the whispers in the wall. "Do you see?" the figure whispered, and its voice was no longer a voice. It was the voice of the room itself. It spoke through the walls, through the shadows, through every crack in his mind. "You are just a shadow, just a voice, He screamed, or he tried to. His throat was raw, his lungs burning as though they had been scorched by fire. But the scream didn't come. It was swallowed by the walls, absorbed into the room like everything else. He looked down at his hands, his fingers trembling, and there it was, the mark. The mark had always been there, hidden beneath his skin, beneath the surface of his flesh, like some ancient curse. But now it was beginning to show itself. The skin around his wrist had begun to peel away, revealing a dark, ink-like stain that spread like a shadow under his skin. It twisted, writhed, pulsed with an almost sentient hunger. The mark was alive. The walls, they were feeding on him. The mark, his mark, was the symbol of his connection to the room. The walls were consuming him, his flesh, his memories, until he would no longer be a man, he would be an echo, a whisper in the endless cycle. And then it clicked. The truth. The one thing he had never understood until this very moment. The others, the voices, the shadows. They weren't just trapped in the walls. No, they were them now. Every soldier who had ever entered the room, every person who had fallen victim to its terrible grasp, they had become part of it. The walls were not a prison. They were the gateway, and those who entered became part of the walls. They were absorbed. Their minds, their memories, their very souls consumed by the room. And now he would be next. He felt the pull. The room was reaching for him. It was drawing him in, slowly, relentlessly, like a tidal wave rising in the depths of the ocean, ready to crash over him and drown him. He could feel his body changing, warping, twisting, merging with the room, with the walls, with the shadows. His skin was thinning, the mark on his arm expanding, spreading up his shoulder like ink bleeding through. Paper, his thoughts, his identity. It was all slipping away, leaving only the void behind. There was no escape, no freedom. There had never been. The walls, the room, had always been the end. "Join us," the shadow said, and its voice was now everywhere, in his mind, in the walls, in the shadows, in the very air he breathed. Become part of us. Become part of the cycle. He fell to his knees, his body no longer his own, his mind no longer his own. He tried to scream, but there was no longer any air to scream into. There was only the walls, only the darkness, and in the end, the room had won. He could no longer tell where he ended and the room began. His fingers trembled as he reached out, but the walls, they seemed to shift, to bend, to ripple as if made of some living substance, something malleable, fluid, a grotesque parody of reality. He had reached the center of it now, the heart of the room, where the very air seemed to choke with the weight of everything that had happened, everything that was happening. He was no longer himself. The mark on his skin burned like fire now, its jagged black tendrils stretching across his body, twisting around his veins, suffocating him, as if the room's hunger had found its final feast in him. He was becoming one with the walls. He could feel it. His blood was turning black, his bones brittle. The flesh of his hands, his arms, seemed to melt, the skin sliding away like paper dissolving in water, leaving only raw, aching sinew beneath. His breath came in ragged, gasping bursts, but with each breath, the air seemed to grow heavier, thicker, more suffocating. And the whispers, they never stopped. They were inside him now, not just speaking to him, but speaking through him. He felt them pulling at his thoughts, twisting them, contorting them into something unrecognizable. His mind was no longer his own. His thoughts weren't his. His memories, his very soul, were being consumed by the walls, by the darkness, by the thing that had once been a room and was now a living nightmare. It was too late. He knew that now. There was no escape. There was no salvation. The walls had won. The cycle would never end. The room would feed on him, just as it had fed on those before him. He would become part of the whispers, one of the shadows, lost to the world forever. But still, something inside him fought, something deep within. His broken mind, a fragment of humanity, a fragment of defiance whispered through the cracks. It was weak, but it was there. No, no. He stumbled forward, hands groping for purchase, his legs shaking under him. He couldn't remember how long he had been in this place, how long he had been here. He couldn't remember his name, his face. There was only the room now, the darkness, and the shadows that danced across the walls, beckoning him, inviting him to become a part of them. And yet, there was still a fragment of him, some small, flickering spark of resistance. Was it worth fighting? Was there any meaning left in the fight at all? Or was this inevitable? Was this his fate, his purpose? You cannot escape, the voice whispered again. The voice was the room now, a vast, unified presence, echoing in every corner, in every crack, in every breath of air. It wasn't just the walls, it wasn't just the shadows, it was the room itself, the thing that had once been human, now twisted beyond recognition. You have always belonged to us. His knees buckled and he fell, face first, onto the cold, damp floor. His body seemed to melt into the stone as though the room was claiming him, absorbing him. His limbs felt heavy, numb. His mind was a blur. He tried to scream, he tried to fight, but there was nothing left in him. The room had already won, and yet, even as his body gave way to the darkness, there was a final thought that echoed through his mind. A fragment of memory, a fragment of his humanity. My family. He saw it then, his family, standing before him in the room. His mother, his father, his younger sister, all of them staring at him with hollow eyes, their faces twisted in terror. But no, they weren't his family, not anymore. They had been swallowed by the room just as he was now. Just as they all were, all the others, long since forgotten. They had become the room. And then, in the flickering shadows, something new emerged. The shadow figure, the thing that had haunted the corners of his mind, the thing that had been with him from the very beginning. It was no longer a distorted figure in the corner. It was more than that. It was the embodiment of the room itself, a vast, inhuman presence made of darkness and whispers, its eyes hollow pits that stared into his very soul. You are the final. Peace, it said, its voice a haunting, familiar resonance that filled the space. You will join us, as all the others have. We have waited for you. We have watched, and now you will become one with us. The room pulsed in time with the voice, and the air became thick with the presence of something ancient, something older than time itself. The shadows swirled around him, tightening, suffocating him, until his body was no longer his own, until his mind was no longer his own. The very space around him was closing in, pressing down on him, distorting the world, twisting it until there was no up, no down, only darkness, only the walls. He was the walls, he was the shadow. He had become the very thing that had haunted him. He was a part of the cycle now. The room had consumed him, it had consumed them all. And in the end, there was only the silence, the crushing, suffocating silence that filled the room. Only the emptiness. The walls were still alive, pulsing with the echoes of those who had come before him. The walls murmured softly, their whispers fading into eternity. And somewhere, in the very fabric of reality itself, there was a shift, an opening. A tiny fracture in the wall where the cycle began once more. The room, the shadows, the whispers. They were waiting, always waiting. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in. The terror continues. Story 2. Olivia stood in the mist, her breath trembling in the cold air, watching the crumbling silhouette of her childhood home. The wind howled through the trees like the cries of forgotten things, and the soft patter of rain against her coat was the only sound that could cut through the oppressive silence. The house loomed before her, a dark monument to everything she had tried to leave behind. It was too late to turn back now. Her phone buzzed in her pocket, the screen illuminating for just a moment. A message from her mother. The house is waiting. Don't go. She tucked the phone back into her coat. She had already made the decision. She was here to see her brother, Jonathan, after the years of estrangement, after the accident, the one that had broken them both. The front door stood slightly ajar, as if expecting her. She hesitated for a moment, but the pull of the house, the need to confront whatever lay within, was stronger. As she stepped inside, the door creaked closed behind her, and the temperature dropped sharply, as if the house itself had exhaled a breath it had been holding for years. The air smelled of dust, damp wood, and something metallic. She wasn't sure if it was just the rain seeping in through the roof or something darker, something more sinister. The hallway stretched ahead, cloaked in shadows. Faint light filtered through the cracks in the old walls, barely enough to guide her footsteps. She called out softly, her voice swallowed by the emptiness. "Jonathan?" No answer. She took another step forward, the floor groaning underfoot. The walls, old and cracked, seemed to close in around her, pressing against her chest like an invisible weight. The silence was oppressive, thick with years of forgotten memories. And then, from somewhere deep within the house, she thought she heard a faint sound, something like a whisper. Olivia froze. The whisper was indistinct, barely a breath, but it was there, slipping through the cracks in the house like a shadow. "Jonathan?" she called again, louder this time. Still no reply. But then the air shifted. A cold gust of wind swept through the hall, extinguishing the flickering candle she had carried with her. The darkness pressed in, colder now, suffocating. Her heart raced. Something wasn't right here. Something waited. A soft noise came from above. The distinct sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate. Not hers. She turned her head, straining her eyes to peer through the shadows. But all she saw was the faint silhouette of the staircase leading up to the second floor. The footsteps stopped, and then, in the silence, a low creak came from the attic above. The floorboards above her groaned as though something or someone was moving around. She wasn't alone. The question lingered in the still air, an unspoken thought she couldn't yet bring herself to voice. Was it Jonathan? Or was there something else, something older, waiting in the house with her? Olivia's heart beat in her throat, the rhythmic pounding seeming to echo in the empty hall. The footsteps above her were soft but deliberate, too deliberate to be the wind. The air had grown colder still, and a heaviness filled the space that made it hard to breathe. She stood motionless, her senses stretched to their limits, listening for the faintest sound of movement. The smell of damp wood seemed to have thickened, clinging to her skin, seeping into her clothes. For a moment, all she could hear was the rain. It beat against the windows in a frantic rhythm, as if the storm outside were somehow mirroring the turmoil inside her chest. The wind rattled the shutters, and the house creaked as if it were alive, shifting in response to the storm. Olivia's gaze drifted upward, toward the ceiling, where she had heard the soft scrape of something moving. No, someone moving, just moments before. But there was no one in sight. The darkness up there was absolute. She swallowed hard, fighting the unease creeping up her spine. The house, her childhood home, had always been a place of eerie calm. At least that's what she had believed. But now, standing here in the shadow of it, everything felt wrong. The air was thick with something she couldn't place, like the house itself was holding a secret, waiting for her to uncover it. With trembling fingers, she reached for the railing of the staircase. It was cold to the touch, like everything else in this house, as if time had forgotten to warm it. The steps creaked under her weight as she began her ascent, each movement more labored than the last. Her breath quickened, and she felt her chest tighten as though the house was drawing the air from her lungs. At the top of the stairs, the hallway stretched before her, long, narrow, and suffocating in its stillness. The walls were lined with old portraits, their faces long faded, eyes dull and staring, as if they, too, were waiting for her to make the next move. As a child, she had found comfort in the familiar paintings, the familiar faces. But now, they seemed to leer at her, their features twisted by the darkness, their eyes following her every step. She could feel the house growing colder still, the chill creeping down her spine like fingers of ice. A door at the far end of the hallway stood, slightly ajar, an inviting crack of light shining through. It was the only source of illumination in the otherwise pitch-black hallway, the glow seeming to pulse with a life of its own. She hesitated. The footsteps had stopped, but the unsettling sense that she was being watched grew stronger, more suffocating. Was it Jonathan in there? Could he be hiding, waiting for her to find him? Or was something else lying in wait? The whisper came again, this time louder, clearer, though still impossible to make out. It was faint, but unmistakable, riding the edges of her mind like a phantom thought. The voice didn't come from the walls this time. It came from behind the door. Olivia. The voice was soft, so soft, and yet it seemed to reverberate through her chest, settling into her bones. It was her name, but it was distorted, altered, as though being whispered through a veil of static or water. Her breath caught in her throat. She couldn't move, couldn't think. The fear was paralyzing, but it was more than just fear. It was an overwhelming sense of wrongness, a feeling that settled deep into her gut and spread like poison. It was then that she realized she was no longer alone. There was something in the house with her, something that had been waiting all these years for her return. The thought sent a shiver through her, but it wasn't just fear that gripped her now. It was curiosity, an insatiable need to understand. The house was full of secrets. She could feel it in her very soul. Olivia took a step forward, the floorboards creaking beneath her. The door at the end of the hall seemed to draw her in, beckoning her closer with its pale light. Her feet moved almost of their own accord, dragging her closer to the unknown. When she reached the door, her hand hovered over the old brass doorknob. It was cold, colder than it had any right to be. Her fingers brushed against it, and a wave of dizziness struck her, as though the room itself were tilting. The air grew thicker, heavier, pressing against her chest, making it harder to breathe. She turned the knob. The door creaked open with a low groan, revealing a room she barely recognized. It was a small room, dimly lit by a single lamp on a nightstand, its bulb flickering weakly. The walls were bare, save for a faded floral wallpaper that peeled at the edges. In the center of the room stood an old bed, the sheets tangled and askew, as if it had been disturbed recently. And there, sitting on the bed, was a figure, Jonathan. Her heart leaped into her throat, but as she stepped forward, she noticed something strange. His posture was stiff, unnaturally so, as though he were frozen in place. His head was bowed, his hands clenched tightly in his lap, his body unnervingly still. The only sign of life was the faint rise and fall of his chest. Jonathan, Olivia whispered, her voice trembling. She reached out toward him, but something stopped her, a gut feeling that whispered, "Don't touch him." The moment the words left her mouth, Jonathan's head snapped up, his eyes locking onto hers. But they weren't his eyes. Not really. They were wide and glassy, pupils dilated to unnatural proportions, black and void-like. They seemed to flicker, like the remnants of a fading light. And for a split second, Olivia thought she saw something else, something that wasn't Jonathan. The air around her thickened, the temperature plummeting. The faint light from the lamp sputtered, casting long, eerie shadows across the room. The walls seemed to close in, warping, bending, distorting. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, the distortion snapped back into place. Jonathan's lips parted, and the voice that came from his mouth was not his own. It was deep, guttural, like something dragged up from the bowels of the earth. "She is here," the voice rasped. A cold shiver ran down Olivia's spine as she stepped back instinctively. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came. The air around her seemed to press against her chest, suffocating her. And then, just as quickly as it had all started, the presence in the room shifted again. Jonathan's body relaxed, his head dropping forward, and the eerie voice silenced. He raised his head again, his eyes now back to normal, tired, confused. "Olivia, what are you doing here?" Jonathan's voice was hoarse, strained, as if he'd been speaking through a fog. Her breath caught in her throat. She couldn't decide if she should run, confront him, or demand answers. Her pulse raced as the overwhelming feeling of dread washed over her once more. "Jonathan, what's going on?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "What happened? Here? Who?" But before she could finish, a sharp crack of thunder echoed through the house. The walls trembled with the sound, as though the storm itself was shaking the very foundation of the house. Then, the lights flickered again, and the whisper came back, this time louder, more insistent, closer. "She is here, the one who never left." Olivia stood frozen, her mind struggling to catch up with the bizarre scene unfolding before her. Jonathan, her brother, was in front of her, looking just as he had the last time she saw him, except for one crucial detail: the unnatural look in his eyes, the way his body seemed to tense at the slightest sound, as if waiting for something to happen. But it wasn't just Jonathan that unsettled her. It was the room. The way it felt wrong, as if it was holding its breath, waiting for the storm outside to unleash its full fury. The walls, though unchanged by time, seemed to pulse with a faint vibration, as if something deep within the house were alive. Alive, in a way that was not quite natural. She took a slow, tentative step forward, her feet dragging against the cold, creaky floorboards. The air felt thicker here, heavier, as though every breath she took was laden with the weight of 1,000 unspoken words. Jonathan's gaze flickered to the lamp, its weak light flickering violently now, casting long, erratic shadows that danced across the walls. The storm outside had intensified, and the house groaned, as though caught in the grip of some ancient, unseen force. The rain lashed against the windows with such force that Olivia could almost imagine the glass shattering. Under the pressure, "Jonathan," she repeated, trying to steady her breath. "What's going on? What happened here?" Her voice cracked on the last word, but Jonathan didn't respond immediately. Instead, he just stared at her, his expression unreadable. His lips twitched, as if he were about to speak, but something held him back, as if a great weight had settled in his chest. For a moment, Olivia thought she could hear something, the faintest murmur, like a low hum that rose and fell, not from Jonathan, but from the walls around them. She instinctively turned her head to the side, her gaze shifting to the edges of the room where the shadows gathered like thick, oppressive fog. A shadow, darker than the rest, moved in the corner of her eye. She jerked her head back toward Jonathan, her pulse quickening. But he was staring at her now, his eyes wide and unblinking, like a man trapped behind glass. There was a desperation in his gaze, an almost frantic pleading that she couldn't quite understand. "Olivia!" His voice was a hoarse rasp, like sandpaper dragged across raw skin. "You shouldn't be here. You don't know what you're dealing with. It's too late for all of us." His words were punctuated by a deep sigh, one that seemed to carry with it all the weight of regret, of loss. The room grew colder still. The storm outside intensified, the wind howling as though it were alive, struggling to break through the house's fragile walls. The lights flickered once more, casting the room into alternating moments of blinding light and thick darkness. In the fleeting darkness, the shadows seemed to grow longer, stretching toward Olivia with sinister intent. "Jonathan, please, tell me what's going on. Why is the house like this? What did you do?" Her voice was urgent now, rising with the desperation she felt in her chest. "What are you hiding? Who else is here?" He shook his head, and for the first time, Olivia saw something else in his eyes, something almost defeated. He dropped his gaze to his hands, which rested clenched in his lap. She noticed for the first time that his nails were ragged, the skin around them torn and bloody. The air in the room seemed to shift again, the temperature plummeting further. Her breath came out in foggy clouds, her skin prickling with cold. Jonathan began, but then he faltered. His mouth snapped shut as if someone or something had forced the words back inside him. "It's too dangerous, Olivia. You don't understand. You can't understand." Olivia's heart skipped a beat. She wasn't sure if it was the cold or his words that made her shiver, but something about the way he said them filled her with dread. "I know it's bad, Jonathan, but I need to know. I have to know." She took another step closer, despite the pull in her gut telling her to run, telling her to leave this place and never come back. But the questions clawed at her, gnawing at the edges of her thoughts. The things she had tried to bury for so long, the things she had hoped were gone, forgotten, had come back to her in a flood of memories. The accident, the day Jonathan disappeared, the night she had been called to this very house, only to find it empty, abandoned, with not a trace of him left behind. She had told herself for years that he was gone, lost forever in the chaos of the world. But standing here now, in this haunted house, with Jonathan looking at her with those hollow, pleading eyes, it was clear that the truth was far darker than she could have imagined. "Jonathan, please," she whispered, her voice thick with the weight of the past. "I just want to understand. Please." His eyes flickered to the side toward the far corner of the room. Olivia followed his gaze, her heart pounding in her chest. It was there again, the shadow lurking at the edge of her vision, as if it were watching her, waiting. But when she turned to face it directly, there was nothing there, just the same dim, flickering light, casting eerie shapes across the walls. "I didn't mean for this to happen," Jonathan finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I didn't know it would come back. It was supposed to be over." She took another step closer, but this time she felt something else in the room, a presence, cold and heavy, like an invisible hand pressing against her chest. The air was thick, the walls vibrating with the energy of something ancient and powerful. She could feel the pulse of it beneath her feet, the pulse of something that had been waiting, lying dormant for years, ready to awaken. "What came back, Jonathan?" Olivia asked, her voice barely audible now. "What did you do?" Jonathan swallowed hard, his gaze shifting again toward the door. There was something in his eyes now, something like fear, raw and unguarded. He stood abruptly, his body jerking, as if responding to an unseen force. "You have to leave," he rasped. "It's not safe here, not anymore. You can't—" His words were cut off by a sudden crack of thunder that shook the house. The lights flickered, then went out completely, plunging them into darkness. The room was eerily quiet. Then, from somewhere in the depths of the house, a sound echoed. Oh, faint creaking noise. It was subtle at first, like a door slowly opening, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Not from above this time, but from somewhere else, somewhere deep within the house, far beyond the walls of this room. The sound of movement grew louder, closer. Olivia's heart pounded in her chest, and her breath quickened. Something was coming, something she couldn't see but could feel, could sense deep in her bones. It was a presence, something alive, and it was moving through the house toward them. The shadows in the room stretched and twisted, growing impossibly long, as though the darkness itself was breathing. "I told you," Jonathan whispered, his voice shaking with terror. "It's here. It never left." Suddenly, the door at the far end of the room slammed shut with a deafening crash, the sound reverberating through the walls. The room grew colder still, the temperature plunging to an almost unbearable level. Olivia felt the pressure in her chest increase, as though the very air was thickening, crushing the life out of her. Her hands trembled as she reached for Jonathan. But before she could make contact, the room exploded in an unholy cacophony of sound, doors slamming, glass shattering, the wind shrieking through the broken windows, and a voice, loud, guttural, and unmistakable, screaming her name. "Olivia." The shriek that filled the room seemed to tear through the very fabric of the house, reverberating through the walls like the final desperate cry of a dying thing. It wasn't just a sound, it was a presence, a force that pressed against Olivia's chest, suffocating her, pulling her toward the very center of it. Her heart hammered in her throat, and for a split second, she felt as though she might collapse, as though the world around her was crumbling under the weight of whatever had awakened. "Olivia." The voice was everywhere and nowhere all at once. It slithered into her ears, crawling beneath her skin, making her blood run cold. She wanted to scream, but the words wouldn't come. The air was thick with an energy that choked her, suffocated her, making every breath feel like a struggle. Jonathan's face had gone pale. He stood frozen, his eyes wide with terror, his body rigid. The air in the room seemed to bend around, him distorting the very light as though the shadows were closing in on him. He looked at Olivia, his mouth opening and closing as though trying to speak, but no sound came. Then the shadows in the corners of the room, once nothing more than the absence of light, began to shift. They moved like living things, slowly, deliberately creeping toward Jonathan, wrapping around him in thick, pulsating coils of darkness. "No," Jonathan whispered, his voice barely audible above the rising storm outside. He stumbled backward, his legs shaking, his breath ragged. But the shadows followed him, curling around his ankles, his waist, his chest, wrapping him in a suffocating embrace. Olivia reached for him instinctively, but her hand passed through the shadows as though they weren't even there. It was as if she had just tried to touch a cloud, or smoke, nothing solid, nothing real. She stepped forward, feeling the cold press against her skin, a frigid, unnatural chill that made her blood feel like ice. "Jonathan!" she cried, panic surging through her as she watched him being pulled into the growing darkness. The shadows twisted and writhed around him like serpents, and his body jerked violently, as if he were being dragged toward some unseen, terrible force at the center of the room. He opened his mouth to scream, but the sound was strangled, garbled, like it was being torn from his throat before it could reach the air. His body convulsed, and for the briefest of moments, Olivia thought, she saw his eyes flash with something other than fear. It was a flicker of something dark, something ancient and cruel, like a shadow that had been buried deep inside him. waiting, patient, until it had finally been unleashed. "No!" Jonathan's voice came out as a garbled whisper. He reached out toward Olivia, his fingers grasping at the air in a desperate plea. But his hand was already half hidden by the creeping darkness, his body swallowed by it inch by inch. And then, just as suddenly as it had all begun, the shadows stopped. They froze, rippling like water disturbed by a single drop. Everything, every sensation, every sound seemed to hold its breath. The only sound was the faint crackling of the storm outside, the wind howling through the trees, battering against the windows. Olivia stood motionless, her mind trying to comprehend the impossible. Her brother, was being consumed by the darkness, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. Her hands trembled at her sides, and her breath came in shallow, ragged gasps as she fought to control the rising panic within her. Then, slowly, the darkness released its grip. Jonathan slumped to the floor, his body landing with a soft thud on the cold wood. The shadows seemed to dissipate, retreating back into the corners of the room, as though whatever had just happened was nothing more than a passing nightmare. Olivia rushed to him, kneeling beside his still form. She could feel the chill radiating from his body, but his skin was unnaturally cold, like it had been submerged in ice. She shook him, her hands gripping his shoulders, but he didn't stir. He was limp, his eyes closed, his mouth slightly agape as though he had been knocked unconscious. "Jonathan." Her voice broke as she whispered his name, her heart pounding in her chest. She reached out to touch his face, but when her fingers brushed against his skin, something inside her recoiled. His face, once familiar, once warm, felt wrong. It was like touching a corpse, cold and lifeless, untouched by time. A cold shiver ran down Olivia's spine. What happened to him, she thought. What is this place? The answer was elusive, slipping through her fingers like smoke. But deep in her gut, she felt the unmistakable sense that she was no longer just dealing with her brother. That something else, something ancient, had taken root in this house long before she arrived. She stood up, her legs weak beneath her, and staggered back toward the door. The room seemed to close in on her, the walls pressing tighter with each passing second. A distant whisper sounded again, louder this time. It was unintelligible at first, but then the words began to form, slithering through her ears like cold, venomous tendrils. It never left. It never left. The voice wasn't Jonathan's. It wasn't even human. It was something else, something that had existed far before this house was built, far before anyone had walked these halls. Something that had been here all along, waiting for the right moment to awaken. She stumbled backward, her heart racing. She needed to get out, now. She couldn't stay here any longer, not with that feeling. The feeling that the house itself was alive, watching her, waiting for her to make a move. But before she could turn and flee, she heard it again. The whisper. The voice that spoke without words, without sound. It was inside her head, inside her very soul. It echoed in her bones, a cold presence that sank deeper with every second. "Come to me." The words were clear now, sharper than before. It wasn't just calling her, it was pulling her, dragging her toward it, toward the heart of the house, where the darkness thrived, where the ancient power lay dormant, waiting for someone like her to feed it. The storm outside seemed to intensify, its fury breaking against the house like an unrelenting beast. The wind rattled the windows, the walls groaned, and the very foundations of the house seemed to tremble in fear. She could feel it now, the pull, the hunger, the insatiable need that came from deep within the house itself. Olivia turned on her heel, her body moving on instinct. She ran, no, sprinted, down the hallway, her feet pounding against the old wood. The darkness seemed to follow her, creeping just behind, as though the very house itself was in pursuit. The sound of her breath, ragged and desperate, filled her ears as she rounded corners and tore through rooms, her mind focused only on escape. The door at the end of the hallway was the only way out. The light from the broken windows flickered weakly as she approached it, but the air inside the room was growing heavier, thicker, almost suffocating. Her vision blurred with the force of the pressure pressing in from all sides. She could feel the eyes of the house watching her, judging her, waiting for her to make a mistake. She reached the door, but before she could open it, the sound came again, the deep, guttural whisper that seemed to crawl through the very walls. She froze, her hand hovering over the doorknob, her mind racing. The voice was too close. It was as if it was right behind her, whispering its words into her ear, just a breath away from touching her skin. "You can't escape." A cold, bitter laugh echoed around her, not from a person, but from something much darker, much older. She jerked her head around, her heart pounding so loudly that it drowned out the sound of the storm. There, in the darkness at the end of the hallway, stood a figure, a tall, shadowy silhouette, its features obscured by the thick blackness that clung to it like a shroud. It didn't move, didn't speak, but its presence filled the space with an unbearable weight. Olivia's breath caught in her throat, her body frozen in place. The figure stepped forward, its movements deliberate, slow, as if savoring her fear. "You are already ours," the voice whispered again, louder now. "We are one. The house, the darkness, you." The door behind her rattled violently, but she couldn't move. She could only watch as the figure took another step toward her, its form flickering like a flame on the edge of a storm. The house groaned once more, the walls tightening as if to keep her in place. She was trapped. The figure in the hallway did not move. It stood there, still as the grave, but its presence was like an earthquake, a tremor in her very soul. The longer Olivia stared, the more she felt the air around her grow heavy, oppressive. Every breath seemed to drag through her lungs like lead. The shadows of the house pressed in on her, curling around her ankles like cold, wet fingers. The house itself seemed to hum, vibrating with a low, resonant tone that filled her chest and rattled her bones. The figure did not speak, but she could feel its presence like an invisible hand on her back, urging her forward into the darkness. It was not just the figure. No, it was the house itself. The whole building was a part of it, alive, sentient, and watching her. The walls bent in on her, pushing her toward the figure, pulling her toward the depths of its cold embrace. Her pulse raced as her mind scrambled for some form of escape, some way to break free from the paralyzing grip of fear. She couldn't think. She could only feel the cold air biting at her skin, the faint whisper of her own breath as it escaped her lips. The figure, no, it, was drawing nearer now, its form distorting with every step it took toward her, its presence filling the hallway with a deep, vibrating hum that seemed to gnaw at the edges of her sanity. Olivia felt the door at her back like a promise, a final lifeline, but she couldn't make herself move. It was as if the very space between her and the door had grown miles long, the ground beneath her feet sinking into something far deeper, something far darker. "Come to me." The voice was not one she could place. It was disembodied, yet felt all around her, in her ears, in her mind. She could taste the bitterness in her throat like the taste of ash. It was everywhere, pressing in on her, smothering her. And then it spoke again, its voice darker, deeper, more intense. "You cannot escape, Olivia." The words rippled through her. The air became thinner, colder, and Olivia could see her breath, now sharp and frantic, as it clouded the space around her. Her heart hammered in her chest, each beat drowning out the storm outside, the world outside. There was nothing here but her and the thing in the darkness. A flash of movement. The figure was closer now, much closer, until it seemed as if it were just a few inches away from her. Olivia could feel its cold breath against her neck, feel the weight of its presence pulling at her. She wanted to scream, to run, but her body felt like stone, frozen in place. She couldn't move. "You are the one who brought this upon yourself," it whispered, so close that Olivia's skin tingled with the words. "You called to us, Olivia. You invited us in, and now you will stay with us." Her mind reeled, trying to make sense of what was happening. The house had always been strange, yes, but this was something different. This was no longer about Jonathan. This was no longer about the house, or the strange whispers, or the dreams that had come to her in the nights after she left. No, this was something else, something older, something that had existed far before she had ever stepped foot in this house. This was them. Her breath caught in her throat as the figure shifted again. For the briefest of moments, the darkness cleared enough for her to see a face, or rather, the semblance of one. It was obscured by shadows, as if a veil of ink had been drawn over it, but there were eyes that gleamed with the brightness of distant stars, yet flickered with a cold, mocking light. They were eyes that seemed to peer into the depths of her soul, to see everything she had tried to bury, everything she had tried to forget. A guttural laugh rumbled through the figure's form, vibrating the very walls around her. It was as if the house itself was mocking her, laughing at her desperation. The figure, its silhouette still indistinct, began to move again, taking slow, deliberate steps toward her. With each step, the air grew colder, and Olivia could feel her skin prickling with the weight of its approach. The house shifted, its structure groaning, as if responding to the presence of the thing in the hallway. "You are nothing more than a pawn," the voice whispered. "A mere sacrifice." Her breath hitched. Sacrifice? Was she part of some twisted ritual? The pieces clicked together in her mind one by one. Her brother, the house, the shadows, the whispers. The ancient force that had once been buried deep within the earth, waiting. It had found her, found them all, and now it would claim them. She had come here seeking answers, seeking the truth about Jonathan, about the accident. But now she saw it. The truth. She had been lured here. She had been called to this place, just as Jonathan had been. The house had been waiting for her, for someone to awaken it, to bring it back from the dark corners of the world. The figure was standing right in front of her now. She could see it more clearly, and what she saw made her stomach turn. It was not just a shadow. It was a thing of flesh and darkness, its body covered in mottled skin that seemed to shift and melt with every movement. Its eyes gleamed with an intelligence far older than anything human. It wasn't human. It was something far beyond. And then she saw it, at the center of the figure. A face. Her face. A twisted, grotesque version of her own, distorted and malformed, as though someone had taken her reflection and crushed it beneath their thumb. It was a face frozen in agony, twisted in pain. The eyes in the face were hers, but they were filled with the same hunger she had seen in Jonathan's eyes when he had been consumed by the darkness. "You have already made your choice," the figure whispered, its voice low and resonating in her mind. "You can never leave." Suddenly her legs gave out beneath her. She crumpled to the floor, her breath coming in shallow, gasping sobs. The room seemed to tilt, the walls closing in around her. She pressed her hands to her ears, trying to block out the voice, the whisper. But it was inside her head now, crawling beneath her skin, threading itself through her thoughts. "I never wanted this," she thought desperately. "I never wanted this." But the truth was undeniable. She had come here. She had opened the door. She had called it. "Please," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Please don't take me. figure's mouth stretched into a cruel smile, its lips curling upward in an expression that should have been human, but wasn't. The sound of it, the way its smile seemed to twist the very air around it, was enough to make Olivia's stomach churn. "You have no choice now," it said. The words filled with an almost sadistic pleasure. "The house is alive with us. It breathes with us. You will stay here with us for as long as time itself. You cannot run. You cannot hide. You are ours." The house groaned, and Olivia could feel its presence now, not just in the figure, but in the very structure around her. The walls pulsed as though they were breathing, drawing in every sound, every emotion, every bit of fear that poured from her. It was feeding on her, just as it had fed on Jonathan, and the house, once just a structure, had become something alive, something that had been waiting for her, hunting her. And then it happened. The floor beneath her feet buckled, and with a sickening lurch, the walls of the house seemed to collapse in on her. She was falling into the blackness of the void. The shadows swallowed her whole. Olivia's fall felt endless. Her body twisted in midair, spinning through an abyss of cold nothingness, her mind unraveling with every second she plummeted deeper into the void. There was no light, no sound, only the suffocating, crushing pressure of an infinite darkness pressing against her, smothering her. She could feel the walls of the house, the very bones of it, shifting and groaning around her, bending with an unnatural, predatory hunger. It was as if the house was alive, and it was reaching for her, pulling her down into its depths, into the very heart of it, where it waited, where they waited. Her heart raced in her chest as she gasped for air that wasn't there. Her lungs burned. With the effort, her limbs aching with the unnatural strain, she couldn't breathe, couldn't scream. Every instinct told her to fight, to reach out for something, anything, to break free. But there was nothing. The void was all-encompassing, swallowing her in its hunger, in its insatiable darkness. She closed her eyes, not sure if it was the light or the weight of the darkness that hurt more. And then the sensation stopped. The fall ended abruptly, like hitting a wall, and Olivia's body slammed into the ground with an impact that shattered her bones. She gasped, her breath wheezing from the depths of her chest, but she couldn't move. Her head spun, the world around her tilting and warping in a sickening swirl of shadows and light. Every nerve in her body screamed in protest, but she couldn't focus on anything but the thick, suffocating presence that surrounded her. The house, the darkness. It was all here. She opened her eyes, and she found herself not in the void, but in a room. A room that looked strangely familiar. A familiar hallway. The hallway she had stood in not long ago. It was like the house itself had folded in on itself, twisting reality to suit its dark needs. The walls were thick with the decay of time, the air heavy with the stench of mildew and rot. The floor beneath her was wet, slick with something dark, something cold that seeped into her skin, infecting her very being. She could hear it now, the whispering. It was faint like the wind, but it was there, calling to her, pulling at her mind. "You can't escape," it said. The voice was distant, but it was unmistakable. She had heard it before, over and over, at night. The edges of her awareness crawling beneath her skin like a parasite. It was the voice of the house, of the thing that had lived here long before her, long before any of the people who had ever set foot within its walls. "Please," she whispered, her voice hoarse, barely more than a rasp in the thick air. She tried to push herself up, but her limbs were heavy, as though the house had become a part of her, and it was keeping her tethered to this place, to this horrible reality. The whisper grew louder, more distinct, more insistent, as though the very walls were closing in on her. "You are ours now, Olivia. You are one of us. We have been waiting for you." Her heart raced. This was it, the culmination of everything she had feared. The truth that had been lurking at the edges of her mind for so long was finally breaking through. The house, the entity, it was not just something that haunted this place. It was the house itself. It had always been here, waiting for someone like her, someone to awaken it. She had come, yes, but it had been her bloodline that had called it, long before she was born. It had been watching, waiting for the right moment, and now she was the one who had walked into its grasp. She looked around desperately, trying to find something, anything, that could give her an answer, a way out, but there was only the darkness. The darkness that seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of its own, as if it were alive. The walls themselves seemed to groan, their surface rippling, like flesh under pressure. Her eyes darted to the door at the end of the hall, but it was locked, its frame filled with thick shadows that seemed to breathe alive with some strange energy. "You can't leave," the voice echoed again, low and mocking. "Not now. Not ever." Her breath hitched. There was no way out. The house had become her prison. The walls pressed closer together, as though the space was shrinking, compressing her into an ever-narrowing space. She felt her chest tighten with claustrophobia, the air thick with the smell of rot and the stench of decay. The house was feeding on her fear, on her despair. It could sense her panic, her desperation. It wanted her to be afraid, but she wasn't just afraid anymore. She was beyond fear. She was desperate. She was angry. Her mind flashed back to Jonathan. He had been here too. The house had consumed him, turned him into one of them. She could feel his presence in the walls, in the very air she breathed. He wasn't gone. He was still here, somewhere. Trapped in the same nightmare she now faced, she had to save him. She had to save herself. She had to break free. With a cry of defiance, she reached for the door, her hand trembling as she grasped the handle. It was cold, so cold, like the breath of death itself, but she twisted it, pulled with all her strength. The door didn't budge. It was sealed shut, as though the house itself was rejecting her attempts to escape. A low growl reverberated through the walls, the house itself rumbling with a terrible, almost primal sound. Olivia screamed, her hands slamming against the door, her fists pounding. In fury, "Let me out," she shouted, her voice ragged and raw. But the house didn't respond. The door didn't move, and the whispering continued, louder now, a cacophony of voices that seemed to swirl around her, drowning her in their collective hunger. "Come to us." Her legs shook beneath her, and she sank to the floor, her head hanging as the darkness seemed to pulse and throb around her. She was trapped. No, she refused to accept that. She wasn't done yet. But just as she was about to give in, to despair, there was a shift, a tremor, like the rumbling of distant thunder echoed through the floor. The walls groaned again, but this time it wasn't a sound of oppression. It was different. This was a shift, a change, like the house was reacting to something outside of itself, something it couldn't control. Olivia felt it deep in her bones, the presence of something else, something new, something that wasn't part of the house. The whispers faltered for a moment, silencing, as if unsure what to make of the intrusion. Olivia stood, her legs shaky but steadying. There was something different in the air now, a flicker of light, a faint glow that seeped through the cracks in the walls, creeping like fireflies across the room. And then, the voice, Jonathan's voice, weak but unmistakable, cut through the silence. "Olivia, help me." Her heart lurched. Jonathan, he was here. He was still here, somewhere in the house, somewhere in the dark, waiting for her. But he was different. His voice was not the same as it had been. It was warped, tortured, like the very soul of the house had taken hold of him. She could hear the desperation in it, the pleading, and she knew deep in her gut that if she didn't find him now, if she didn't act quickly, he would be lost forever. "Jonathan!" she cried, her voice hoarse. She didn't know if he could hear her, but she had to try. She couldn't leave him to whatever this was, whatever the house was turning him into. But as she turned, as she looked for some sign of his presence, the whispers started again, this time louder, more insistent. "Don't go," they hissed. "He's already one of us. He belongs to the house now." Olivia took a deep breath. She couldn't let them win, not like this. Jonathan was hers, and she would do anything to save him, even if it meant sacrificing everything she had left. The walls groaned again, the house shaking violently, and Olivia knew it was time. She was running out of time. The house had already claimed Jonathan. Now it was coming for her. But she would not go without a fight. She would not let the house have them both. The house had been waiting for her. But now, Olivia would take back what was hers. The light, the glow, was growing stronger now, brighter. She had to find it. She had to follow it. With one final breath, Olivia took a step forward. The glow, dim but insistent, flickered like the heartbeat of something alive. Olivia's mind screamed with the need to follow it. She could feel the pulse of the house in the air, the floor beneath her trembling like a living thing, vibrating, with something ancient, something hungry. The walls around her seemed to shift and warp, as if the very architecture of the house was bending and changing in response to her movements, closing in and retreating like a predator testing its prey. Her legs were unsteady, her body trembling from the cold, from the exertion of fighting the oppressive force that surrounded her. The air was thick, as if the house was trying to choke her, to suffocate her with its presence. She had no idea where Jonathan was. He could be anywhere in this twisted, labyrinthine place. But she knew one thing. She would find him. No matter the cost. She had to save him. The entity, the house, had taken him once, twisted him into something unrecognizable, but she refused to let that happen again. The house groaned as she took another step forward, its bones creaking under the strain. Each step she took seemed to reverberate through the structure, making the air tremble, filling her mind with the growing realization that the house was not just aware of her. It was alive. It was sentient, feeding off her fear, growing stronger, the more desperate she became. It wanted her to surrender, wanted her to let go. The voice came again, cold and mocking. "You can't escape, Olivia. You're already lost. Everything you thought you knew, it's all a lie. You were always meant to be here." Her skin crawled with the implications of those words. She had thought she was here by choice, coming back to the house to find answers. But now it was clear. This place had been waiting for her, not just for Jonathan, not for the others who had come and gone, but for her. She had been chosen to be part of something far older, far more powerful than she could ever have imagined. She gritted her teeth, pushing through the crushing weight of fear, the suffocating sense of inevitability. There was no going back now. The house had claimed Jonathan, but she refused to let it claim her too. The air grew colder as she moved deeper into the house, the oppressive darkness pressing against her from all sides. The glow she had seen earlier was growing brighter, though it was still distant, flickering like a far-off star in the pitch-black sky. She followed it step by step, her mind focused entirely on finding Jonathan. She had to find him. She couldn't leave without him. Suddenly, the whispering returned, louder, more frantic now. "You should have stayed away. You were never meant to come back. This house is not for the living. It never was." The words were like a sharp blade cutting through her thoughts, but she forced herself to block them out. She didn't have time for the house's twisted riddles, for its attempts to break her down. The glow grew stronger, brighter, until it was almost blinding. She could feel the warmth of it on her face, a contrast to the cold, dead air that surrounded her. And then, as she rounded a corner, she saw it. A door, barely visible through the thick shadows, stood at the end of the hallway. The faint glow she had been following emanated from beneath the crack in the door, casting eerie patterns on the floor. This was it. She knew it deep down. This was where Jonathan was. Behind that door, beyond the oppressive shadows and the cold walls, lay the final confrontation. Her heart hammered in her chest as she reached for the handle, her fingers cold and trembling as they closed around the brass knob. For a moment she hesitated, unsure if she was ready to face whatever lay beyond. But then the voice returned, louder this time, almost a command. "Open the door, Olivia. Open it. You can't run from what you are." With a deep breath, she twisted the knob, the door creaking open with a sound like the groan of ancient wood stretching after centuries of stillness. What she saw inside was not what she expected. The room was bathed in an eerie, sickly light, the source of which was unclear. It was not the glow she had followed. It was something far darker, more unsettling. The walls were covered in dark stains, their surfaces slick and wet. Strange symbols were etched into the walls in jagged lines, pulsing with an otherworldly rhythm. In the center of the room, on a stone altar that looked as though it had been there for centuries, lay Jonathan. He was barely recognizable. His body was twisted, contorted in ways that defied human anatomy. His skin was pale and stretched thin, his limbs unnaturally long. His eyes, his once bright, lively eyes, were empty, hollow, like twin black pits that seemed to swallow all light. And yet, despite the grotesque transformation, Olivia could see something else, something familiar in his eyes, a flicker of recognition, a desperate cry for help. He was still in there. Her Jonathan was still somewhere beneath the house's hold, trapped within the twisted vessel that the house had created. Her heart broke at the sight of him. She wanted to run to him, to shake him, to drag him out of this nightmare. But she knew that she couldn't, not without facing whatever the house had become. "You should have stayed away," the voice said again, this time directly in her ear. The words felt like a physical blow, the air around her thick with the weight of their meaning. "He is already ours. You were never going to save him. The house has already claimed him, and now it will claim you." Olivia's eyes darted around the room, searching for any sign of an escape, but the shadows were closing in, thick and suffocating. The door she had entered through slammed shut, trapping her inside. The walls seemed to shrink, pressing inward, with a terrible, deliberate slowness. The air grew colder, heavier, until she could barely breathe. "It is too late," the voice whispered, now not just in her ear, but in her mind. "You are one of us now. You belong to the house, and we will never let you go." In the center of the room, Jonathan's body stirred. His limbs cracked and twisted, as if some invisible force was puppeteering him, pulling him to his feet. His eyes opened, their depths empty and black, and for a moment, Olivia thought he might speak, might recognize her. But then, his mouth opened. The sound that came out was not his own. It was a guttural, inhuman growl, the voice of the house itself, speaking through him. "Welcome back, Olivia," it said, its voice a chorus of whispers, 1,000 voices all speaking as one. "You were always meant to return. You were always meant to join us. The house never forgets its own." The ground beneath her feet trembled, the walls groaning as if the very house was waking from a long slumber, stretching its limbs. Olivia felt the darkness rising, pulling at her, drowning her in its cold, suffocating embrace. The house had been waiting for her. It had been waiting for this moment, for the moment when she would return to claim what had always been hers. Her brother, her family, her past. They were all here, all part of the house now, part of something ancient, something eternal. The house did not just haunt, it consumed. It fed on the living, fed on fear, fed on the souls that crossed its threshold. And now, Olivia understood. She was no different. She was a part of it now, as much a part of the house as Jonathan, as the darkness that filled the walls. But she couldn't let it take her. She couldn't let the house win. She had come this far, and she wouldn't stop now. With a cry of defiance, Olivia ran toward Jonathan, her hands reaching for him, her heart racing in her chest. She couldn't let him go. She couldn't lose him to this nightmare. The room shook violently as she approached the altar, the walls screaming in agony. The house was fighting her. It was pulling her in, drawing her into its depths. But Olivia was determined. She would save Jonathan. She would save them both. And the house would never claim her. The room pulsed with a rhythm that wasn't her own. The walls closing in, their oppressive, suffocating weight pressing against her. Olivia's heart thundered in her chest as she reached out toward Jonathan, her hands trembling violently with the desperate hope of pulling him back from the edge, back from the abyss the house had dragged him into. He stood before her, twisted but still. Him, and she could see it deep in his hollowed eyes, the flicker of recognition. But there was something else now too, something darker, something wrong. His movements were jerky, unnatural, as though the house itself was using his body as a puppet. His lips parted in an eerie smile, one that spread across his face far too wide, exposing teeth that seemed far too sharp. The warmth she had once seen in him was gone, replaced by the cold emptiness of something long dead, something not quite human anymore. Olivia. Jonathan's voice came out not in his familiar tone, but in a guttural rasp that seemed to scrape the very air. The sound was sickening, as though every word was being forced from his throat by some invisible force. "No!" Olivia cried, her hands reaching toward him, her fingers just inches from his face. But the closer she got, the more the room seemed to distort. The air thickened, a sudden wave of icy coldness rushing over her, seeping deep into her bones. She could feel the house's presence wrapping around her, pressing against her like a physical weight, each breath more difficult than the last. The walls groaned, like they were alive, like they were closing in with the hunger of some ancient beast that had waited centuries for this moment. "You can't save him," the voice hissed again, this time not just from Jonathan's mouth, but from the very walls, the floors, the air itself. "He is part of us now, just like you will be." Her mind screamed against the words, her thoughts a swirl of confusion and terror. No, she couldn't. She wouldn't let the house take him. Jonathan wasn't gone. She had to hold on to that truth. There was something in him, a flicker of humanity, something still tethered to the person he used to be. She had to fight for him. As she reached out once more, Jonathan's hand shot out, gripping her wrist with an unnatural strength. His fingers dug into her skin, sending a shock of ice through her body. His eyes, those black, hollow pits, locked with hers. And in that moment, Olivia could see a flash of recognition, a pleading. "Help me, Olivia," he rasped. But it was gone in an instant, swallowed by the darkness that hung over him. The house was feeding on him, feeding on them both. In that instant, she realized something that froze her blood. The house wasn't just a structure. It wasn't merely haunted by spirits or filled with malevolent energies. It was alive, and its hunger wasn't for physical sustenance. It fed on fear. It fed on the emotions of the living. It desired them. It wanted them to be trapped here forever, to become part of its dark, endless existence. The house was a prison, but it wasn't just trapping their bodies. It was trapping their very souls. She shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Please, Jonathan. Fight it, she pleaded, her voice hoarse, barely audible over the oppressive hum of the house's whispers, but Jonathan didn't respond. His grip tightened, pulling her closer, and the shadows in his eyes deepened. His face contorted, shifting like the fabric of the night itself, and in that instant, Olivia saw what he had become, a vessel for the house. He was no longer a man. He was part of it, a piece of the house bound to its will, a soul trapped within the walls. The ground beneath her feet trembled, and the shadows swirled, gathering in the center of the room, twisting into shapes she couldn't quite make out. The room began to expand and contract, growing larger and then smaller, stretching and warping, as though the very space around her was breathing, alive with its own malevolent energy. And then, from the shadows, something else appeared. A figure, tall, slender, draped in dark robes that seemed to swallow the light. Its face was obscured by a hood, but Olivia could feel its presence. It wasn't like the house itself. It was different. It was older, ancient, and yet, in its stillness, it seemed to hold an almost terrifying kind of power. The air around her grew colder, if that was even possible. The house seemed to recoil from the figure, the walls groaning, as if afraid of it. For a moment, Olivia wondered if it was an ally, some force of good that had come to save them. But the overwhelming sense of dread that filled the room crushed that thought before it could take root. This being was not here to help. It was here for something else. The figure stepped forward, its movements deliberate, slow, as though savoring each step. And then it spoke, its voice deep and resonant, like the echo of 1,000 forgotten souls. You cannot fight what you are, Olivia. The words were not just spoken, they were felt. A heavy pressure that seemed to press against her skull, seeping into her very thoughts. Olivia stumbled backward, but Jonathan's grip on her wrist tightened painfully. She could feel the house, wrapping around her, pulling her in, trying to claim her as it had claimed him. Let go, the figure said, its voice both commanding and coaxing. You are part of us now. You always were. The house has been waiting for you. It is in your blood, in your very soul. There is no escaping this. Olivia's breath caught in her throat as she tried to force herself to move, to break free of Jonathan's grip. But her body felt heavy, as though it were encased in lead. The shadows in the room thickened, and the walls seemed to stretch, growing taller, wider, the ceiling rising impossibly high. The house was expanding, breathing deeper, feeding on her resistance. Why are you doing this? Olivia gasped, her voice barely a whisper. Why us? The figure tilted its head slightly, as though amused by her question. You do not understand. Its tone was almost pitying. The house was never just a place. It was a creature, a thing that has lived far longer than you can comprehend. It feeds on the living, on their pain, their fear. It is a part of you, Olivia. It has always been part of your family. You are the last of your bloodline, and now you will join us. The house requires you. The last words hung in the air, charged, with an unearthly finality. Olivia felt her knees weaken beneath her, her body trembling, with a combination of fear and exhaustion. The darkness around her seemed to press harder, the shadows becoming thicker, more oppressive. She wanted to scream, but no sound came. Her breath was shallow, her vision starting to blur. She was losing herself. She was slipping away. But then, in the corner of her vision, she saw something, a flicker of movement, a shadow breaking away from the corner of the room. It wasn't the house. It wasn't the figure or the darkness. It was Jonathan. He was standing there, his body rigid, his eyes still hollow, but his mouth was moving. His lips trembled as though struggling to form words. Olivia. The words were faint, fragile, like a voice fighting to break through a wall of ice. And suddenly, she understood. This wasn't over. Jonathan wasn't lost. Not yet. She could feel it in the pit of her stomach. There was still a thread of him, however thin, however fragile, still clinging to life, still fighting against the house's control. She had to save him. With a cry of pure will, Olivia shoved against the darkness, against the weight of the house pressing in on her. She pulled herself free of Jonathan's grip, staggering backward toward the altar where she had first seen him. Her hands were shaking, her heart pounding so loudly she could hear nothing else, but she knew she had to act. "Jonathan!" she screamed, her voice hoarse and desperate. "Come back to me!" The room shook violently, the shadows howling with fury, the figure's form twisted in response, the air around them growing thick with rage. "You cannot save him!" it shouted, its voice cracking like thunder. "He is ours, and now you will be too." But Olivia was already moving, her legs carrying her toward the altar, toward the heart of the house. She could feel it now, the power within her, the same dark energy the house had fed on. It was in her blood, in her soul. She could feel the connection, and with one last, defiant scream, she plunged her hands into the heart of the altar, feeling the cold stone shift beneath her fingertips. "This is mine," she whispered, and with that, the house screamed. The house screamed, and Olivia's world erupted in chaos. The sound that tore through the air was deafening, a chorus of voices, all screaming in pain, in hunger, in rage. It was the voice of the house, but it was more than that. It was the voice of everything it had consumed. The souls of the lost, the tortured, the twisted, all bound together in a cacophony of despair. It reverberated through the walls, the floors, the very air, as if the house itself were ripping apart at the seams. Olivia staggered backward, her hands still pressed against the cold, unyielding surface of the altar. Her vision blurred, the lights flickering in a sickening dance as the room twisted and swayed, warping like liquid in a storm. The shadows surged, crawling up the walls, down the floor, reaching for her, pulling at her legs, her arms. The air thickened, the temperature dropping as the darkness gathered like a storm cloud, pressing in on her chest, her throat. It felt like the very fabric of her existence was being torn away, piece by piece. In the center of the room, Jonathan stood frozen, his body jerking in response to the explosion of sound. His eyes were wide, his mouth open in a silent scream, but no sound came from him. The walls around them groaned, shifting as though something deep within the earth was stirring, something vast and ancient awakening in the depths of the house. And then, amidst the chaos, the figure in the corner moved. It was the same tall, dark-robed being that had spoken to her earlier, but now its form seemed to warp, distorting as though it were not entirely solid, not entirely real. Its face, hidden beneath the shadow of its hood, began to take shape, and what emerged from the darkness was not human. It was something far worse. The face was ancient, gaunt, its features twisted with decay, its skin pale as bone. Its eyes, if they could be called eyes, were hollow, empty pits. But within them danced flickers of light, flashes of life that seemed to be feeding off the horror that filled the room. Its mouth stretched wide, revealing teeth like knives, sharp and jagged, gleaming in the dim light. "You cannot stop it," the figure intoned, its voice a rasping whisper that sent chills down her spine. "The house belongs to me. It is mine. And you, Olivia, are nothing more than a fleeting dream within its walls, a forgotten shadow." Olivia could feel the weight of its words settle around her, pushing her deeper into the house's suffocating embrace. Her heart raced, her breath coming in ragged gasps as the darkness around her pressed harder, colder. She could feel the house reaching for her. wrapping its cold fingers around her mind, pulling at her, trying to drown her in its endless hunger. But she wouldn't give up. She couldn't. "No," she whispered through clenched teeth. "I am not your shadow. I will not be consumed." With everything she had left, Olivia pushed harder against the altar, feeling the cold stone bite into her palms, the energy of the house surging through her veins. It was like a terrible fire, burning through her body, searing her from the inside out. She could feel her own power now, the same dark force that the house had used to trap Jonathan. It was hers, her birthright, her legacy. She was part of this house just as Jonathan had been, but she refused to be consumed by it. "You're wrong," Olivia cried, her voice trembling with raw, untamed strength. "I will not let you take him. I will not let you take anyone. You've been feeding on fear for too long. I will end it." The figure's laughter echoed deep and chilling, like the sound of 1,000 souls crying out in agony. "You think you can stop me? You think you can defy the house? You are already mine, Olivia." It stepped forward, its long, shadowy form undulating like smoke, flowing across the floor toward her, its presence overwhelming, suffocating. But Olivia didn't back down. She couldn't. She wouldn't. As the figure drew nearer, she felt the darkness in her heart, her connection to the house, shifting. The power was still there, but it was different now. It was like a chain, one that had held her prisoner, but now it was something she could use. It was no longer the house controlling her. She was controlling it. She reached down deep within herself, calling forth that power with every ounce of her being. She could feel it rising, the energy thrumming in her veins, pulsing with the dark, ancient rhythm of the house. The shadows around her twisted and writhed, as if in response to her summons. The house itself seemed to recoil, like an animal retreating from a predator, and then, with a force that made the room shudder, Olivia let go. The power erupted from her, a wave of darkness that slammed into the figure, knocking it back. It screamed, an inhuman, guttural sound that vibrated the air itself. The shadows recoiled, writhing in agony as the light from Olivia's hands blazed, brighter, burning away the darkness, banishing the shadows that had clung to the house for so long. The figure staggered, its form flickering like a candle flame in a storm. "No!" it shrieked, its voice distorted and breaking. "You cannot!" But Olivia wasn't listening anymore. She was focused only on Jonathan, on the soul that had been trapped here, twisted by the house's hunger. She could feel the tether between them, the thread that connected her to him, so faint, so fragile, but it was still there, and she wasn't going to lose him. "Jonathan," she whispered, her voice breaking through the chaos. "Come back to me." For a moment, there was nothing, no movement, no sound. But then, slowly, Jonathan's body began to stir. His limbs twitched, his head turning toward her, and for the first time in what felt like forever, his eyes, those hollow, soulless pits, began to flicker with life. "Olivia." His voice was weak, like a breath barely escaping his lips. But it was enough. It was him, her Jonathan. He was still there. "I'm here," she said, her voice filled with a desperate, trembling hope. "I'm not leaving you. We're getting out of here." The figure screeched, its form flickering like a candle caught in a windstorm. The walls shook, the house groaning as if it were about to collapse. The darkness around them swirled, tightening like a noose. But Olivia didn't falter. She didn't stop. "Come on, Jonathan," she said, her voice growing stronger. "We have to leave, now." Jonathan's body jerked, the final remnants of the house's hold on him breaking away. He fell to his knees, gasping for breath, his eyes still, clouded with confusion, but there was something else there now, a flicker of recognition, of clarity. And then, with all the strength she had left, Olivia turned toward the door. She pulled Jonathan up, feeling his weight shift beneath her hands, and together they began to move, stumbling toward the exit. The house screamed again, a terrible blood-curdling wail that echoed through the corridors, through the very bones of the building. The darkness surged forward, but this time it wasn't enough. The shadows recoiled as Olivia and Jonathan moved through the twisted halls, the oppressive weight of the house losing its hold on them. Finally, they reached the door, the same door Olivia had entered through, and with a final, desperate push, she threw it open. The world beyond was different. The night was still, the air crisp and fresh, the sky clear and unmoving. The house, that house, stood behind them, but its power, its grip, was slipping away. For the first time since they had entered, Olivia felt the weight lift from her chest. But the door slammed shut behind them with a resounding crash, and she knew that while they had escaped, the house's hunger had not been sated. It would wait as it always had. It would wait until the next soul came wandering into its grasp, but they were free for now. The cold air wrapped around Olivia and Jonathan as they stepped out into the quiet night, the house looming behind them like a giant broken thing. The sky stretched wide, filled with stars, so many stars, each one shining with a quiet, distant light. It felt as though they had crossed into another world, as though the very act of stepping away from the house had shifted the fabric of reality itself. The house behind them, dark and silent now, seemed to hold its breath. The door had slammed shut with finality, but Olivia knew, she could feel it deep in her bones, that the house had not gone away. It had simply retreated, biding its time. The air was still, the sounds of the night distant, muffled by an oppressive weight that lingered in the air. It was like the world was waiting for something. She turned to Jonathan, still holding his arm, her fingers gripping him with a fierce desperation. His face was pale, his eyes distant, unfocused. He looked lost. There was a hollow quality to him now, a sadness that wasn't there before. The house had taken more from him than she had realized. The connection between them, once strong and vibrant, was now a fragile thread. His eyes met hers, and for a moment he smiled. It was a weak smile, but it was enough to make her breath catch in her throat. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice hoarse, like it had been scraped raw. "No," Olivia replied quickly, squeezing his hand tighter. "No, don't apologize. We're out. That's all that matters." But even as she said the words, something in her chest twisted. They had escaped the house, yes, but had they? Was this truly over? Or had the house merely let them go? Jonathan blinked, his gaze flickering as if trying to focus on something far beyond her. I don't understand," he whispered. Why was it calling me? Why was it after me?" His voice broke on the last word, and Olivia could see the fear there. Deep, gnawing fear, the same fear she had felt in the house. The fear of being claimed, of being consumed. The truth, the terrible truth that had settled like a stone in her stomach, was that the house had claimed him, just as it had claimed others. He had been its prisoner, its puppet, even though he hadn't fully realized it until now. And though they had escaped its walls, a part of him, a part of them, would always be tethered to it. She could feel it, a presence in the back of her mind, like a dark shadow lingering just beyond her awareness. The house's hunger hadn't been sated, not by far. She swallowed hard, forcing herself to meet Jonathan's eyes. "It's over," she repeated, though her voice wavered. "We're free now. We'll find a way to heal. We'll go far from here. The house can't follow us. She cut herself off, not wanting to voice the fear that lingered, not wanting to give life to the dark thoughts clawing at her mind. They had escaped. The house could not touch them now. But even as the words left her lips, she knew they weren't true. The house had followed them. It had followed them beyond its walls, beyond its door, and it was already waiting for them. It would always be waiting, and when it was hungry again, it would find them, just as it had found them before. "We have to leave," she said, her voice suddenly sharp, decisive. She turned, gripping Jonathan's arm harder. "We can't stay here. We need to go. Now." Jonathan, still disoriented, nodded slowly. His steps were unsteady, like he was struggling to find his balance. They walked in silence. The path before them long and dark, the world around them eerily still. The wind didn't blow, the trees didn't rustle. It was as if the entire world had fallen silent in the wake of their escape, holding its breath, waiting. They didn't speak as they made their way down the long, winding road. The only sound, the occasional crunch of gravel beneath their feet. Olivia couldn't shake the feeling of eyes watching them, of something close, close enough that she could feel it on the back of her neck, cold and suffocating. The night pressed in around them, heavy and oppressive, and the further they walked, the more the silence seemed to stretch, like it was pressing down on them from all sides. Her thoughts were in turmoil, a whirlpool of confusion, fear, and dread. They had left the house behind, but she couldn't stop feeling its presence. It lingered in the corners of her mind, a shadow that wouldn't quite fade. She wanted to believe it was over. She wanted to believe that they were safe, that they could return to a normal life. But deep down, she knew that wasn't the truth. The house had not let them go. It had released them, and when the time was right, it would come for them again. Where are we going?" Jonathan's voice broke into her thoughts, weak and uncertain. "Anywhere but here," she replied, her voice tight. "We have to keep moving. We can't go back. We just have to keep moving." She didn't know where they were going. She didn't know how far they'd have to run, or how long they could outrun the house. All she knew was that they couldn't stop. Not now. The night seemed to stretch on forever as they walked, and though the road ahead of them was clear, it felt like they were walking toward something far darker, far more dangerous than the house they had just escaped. The shadows seemed to move at the edges of her vision, and the air was thick with an unseen weight. It felt like the world itself was closing in on them. And then, just when she thought they might walk forever, just when she thought they had passed, beyond the reach of the house, a sound, a voice, echoed from the darkness. "Olivia." It was a whisper at first, faint and insistent, like the wind calling her name. Her heart stopped, her blood running cold in her veins. She froze, her grip tightening on Jonathan's arm, her breath coming in shallow gasps. "Olivia." The voice came again, clearer now, closer, filled with an almost lilting quality, like it was familiar, like it was something, someone she knew. It was Jonathan's voice, but it wasn't. "It's time," it whispered. She spun around, her eyes wide, searching the darkness for the source. There was nothing there, nothing she could see, but she felt it. The presence, that familiar, suffocating weight. The house had followed them. And it wasn't just the house. The house had spoken, yes, but now the voice, the other voice, was something else entirely. "No," she whispered, her heart pounding. "No, it can't be." Jonathan's eyes darted around, his face pale and twisted in fear. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words died on his lips. His face, his soul, seemed to flicker, caught between two worlds, his expression flickering in and out of recognition. "Olivia," he said again, his voice so faint it was barely audible, like a whisper carried by the wind. But when he spoke, he wasn't himself. The darkness around them thickened, closing in, and Olivia knew in that moment that the house had never truly let them go, and now it was coming for them. The air grew colder, as the voice whispered again, curling through the darkness like a serpent. Olivia's heart pounded harder, each beat a warning, a countdown. She looked at Jonathan, and for a brief, horrifying moment, he wasn't Jonathan at all. His features flickered, shifting like an image in a cracked mirror, warping between his face and something darker, something more wrong. No, Olivia whispered to herself, her breath misting in the frigid air. This isn't real. It can't be real. But the voice persisted, now louder, no longer the soft whisper from the shadows. It was clear, sharp, insistent. Olivia. Jonathan's face twisted into something that wasn't his own. His eyes, once clouded with confusion, were now wide with something else. Emptiness. His lips curled in an eerie imitation of a smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. It was as though something else had taken root inside him. Something that wasn't human. It's me, Olivia. Her pulse quickened and she staggered back, panic surging in her chest. The fear that had haunted her ever since they left the house exploded inside her, consuming her every thought. The house had followed them. And worse, it had brought something with it. Her body was frozen in place, unwilling, unable to move, as if the shadows themselves had reached out and bound her. She could feel them just at the edge of her vision, the darkness spreading, curling around her feet, lifting in swirls like smoke from a fire. The ground beneath her seemed to tremble with a subtle, unsettling hum. The house's power, its hunger, was still alive in the very air, and now it was suffocating her. "Jonathan?" she asked, her voice barely above a breath as she stepped closer. She reached out, fingers trembling. "Please, talk to me. It's okay. You're safe now." But when her hand touched his arm, it was like touching ice. His skin was cold, unnaturally so, the kind of cold that seeped into her bones and left a lingering ache. "I've always been here, Olivia," he said again, his voice low, almost too calm. "I've always been with you. This house is us now." Olivia recoiled as his eyes locked onto hers, and in them she saw nothing but blackness, no warmth, no recognition. It was as though he had been replaced. The Jonathan she had known, her partner, her love, was gone. And in his place stood something else, a thing bound to the house, to its insatiable hunger. "You belong to the house now," the voice from behind Jonathan's lips whispered, its tone hollow, sickly sweet. "You're a part of it. You've always been a part of it, Olivia." Her throat constricted as the words wrapped themselves around her, drowning her, pulling her deeper into the abyss. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't move. The house, she realized, had never released them. It had marked them. They were never free. They never would be. "No," she choked out, shaking her head desperately. "No, this isn't you. This isn't Jonathan." The figure, whatever it was, whatever had taken Jonathan's form, took a slow step toward her, its movement smooth and deliberate, like a predator closing in on its prey. Its smile stretched further, revealing teeth far too sharp, far too many, and its skin seemed to darken, shifting like liquid under the moonlight. The shadows wrapped tighter around them, constricting, folding in on itself, as if the very earth was starting to fold in around her. "It is Jonathan," the voice purred. "He is here, but he's gone now, Olivia. Gone and replaced. A part of me, a part of the house." The words echoed in her head, each syllable reverberating like a slow, deliberate death knell. The realization struck her then. The house wasn't just alive in the walls, the floors, or the shadows. It was alive in them, in Jonathan. It had marked him, changed him, and it had done the same to her, to both of them. She had felt it from the moment she stepped inside. She had felt the pull, the strange connection to the house's dark pulse. That energy, that hunger, it wasn't just contained within the house. It had bled into them. Olivia took another step back, her mind racing. She had to get away. She had to leave him, leave it before it consumed her too, before she lost herself in its grip. But as she turned to run, a chilling coldness gripped her wrist, pulling her back. She gasped, spinning around to see Jonathan's hand locked around her, his fingers too tight, the skin too pale. His grip wasn't human anymore. There was no warmth, no familiarity. "You can't run, Olivia," he whispered, his voice slipping into something darker, more guttural, as he tightened his hold. "You're already part of me. You're part of the house." Her chest tightened as his words seared through her. But before she could react, the shadows around them surged. They pressed in from all sides, wrapping around her legs, her arms, pulling her toward the center of the void. The world around her twisted, reality distorting as the air thickened with the scent of decay, rot and mildew, old bones and damp earth. The house was here, inside her, inside them. It was more than just a place. It was a thing, an entity that fed on the living, on their fear, their grief, their brokenness. And it didn't let go, it claimed. "You won't escape, Olivia," the voice in Jonathan's mouth murmured. "It's already too late." Her breath caught in her throat, and for the first time, she allowed herself to look around, to see the house that had followed them. She hadn't noticed before, but it was there all around them, pressing in from all angles. The walls of this place, their reality, were closing in. The shadows grew longer, more solid, as if the very space around her was bending, shifting. In the distance, she saw the house like a spectre stretching out from the void. It was no longer contained in one place. It was everywhere. Every shadow was a part of it. Every breath in the air was its breath. Every thought, every memory, every feeling was infected by its hunger. "You belong to the house now," Jonathan's voice crooned softly, a faint echo of the thing that had replaced him. "And so do I." Olivia closed her eyes, her mind racing as the darkness consumed her thoughts. No, she told herself. She would not let it claim her. She would not let the house consume her completely. Not like it had Jonathan. Not like it had consumed all the others before them. Her hands trembled, but she forced herself to focus. She could feel the power inside her again. The same energy, the same dark force that had once made her a part of this nightmare. She could feel the house through her, deep inside her blood, her soul. She would not let it win. She could feel the cold of the house in her veins. But there was something else too, something she hadn't realized before. Her power wasn't just from the house. It was hers. It had always been hers. "I am not yours," she whispered, her voice steadying with every word. "You can't have me. You can't have him. We're not part of you." The shadows recoiled at her words, but the voice that answered was not Jonathan's. It was the voice of the house itself. "You always were," it said, cold and final. "You always will be." And as the darkness enveloped them, Olivia took one final, desperate breath, and with every ounce of strength she had left, she reached deep inside herself, calling forth the power that had always belonged to her. She would break this cycle, no matter the cost. The air grew heavier, as though the very weight of the house itself had descended onto them, smothering them under an invisible force. Olivia could feel the suffocating pressure closing in from all directions, her chest tightening, her lungs straining with each labored breath. The house wanted to consume her. It wanted to erase her entirely, to claim her as one of its own, just as it had with Jonathan. But deep inside, she could feel something different, something burning, refusing to be extinguished. She wasn't part of it. She couldn't be. The house might have had a hold on her at one time, but now it was her turn. She could feel the thrum of her own heartbeat, strong and steady, even as the shadows wrapped around her ankles like iron chains pulling her down. "You're still mine," the voice inside Jonathan's throat whispered, now more distorted, a grotesque mockery of his voice. "There's no escape, Olivia. The house doesn't let go. Not now. Not ever." Her eyes were wide, her breath shallow as she struggled against the weight of the house's grip. The shadows curled around her, creeping up her arms and legs, tightening. Like the hold of 1,000 unseen hands, but she fought with everything she had. "No," she breathed, her voice trembling but resolute. "I'm not yours. I never was." Her words barely made it past her lips before the shadows lunged, enveloping her, pulling her closer to the dark abyss that threatened to swallow her whole. It felt as though the ground was slipping away beneath her, as if gravity itself had betrayed her. The house was everywhere, its presence seeping into her skin, its hunger gnawing at her from within. But then, just as the darkness threatened to consume her completely, she felt something. A surge of heat, of energy, her energy rising from deep inside. It wasn't the house. It wasn't the hunger or the coldness that had seeped into her. It was her own will, her own defiance. She had always had it, even when she hadn't known. The house had fed on her grief, her fear, but it had never truly owned her. And now, with every ounce of her strength, she would make it feel her power. Her hands trembled at her sides, but she forced them to move, drawing the energy up from within. The shadows recoiled as if they could sense the change. The very air around her thickened, a pressure building, a storm ready to break. Olivia clenched her fists, squeezing her eyes shut, as she whispered the words that had haunted her since the beginning. The words her mother had whispered to her as a child. Words from a past buried deep in the forgotten corners of her memory. "I'm not afraid of you," she muttered, the words gathering strength, growing louder in her mind. "I am not afraid of you anymore." A crackling sound filled the air, sharp and electric. Her pulse quickened as the very air around her seemed to shift, like a storm was rolling in, gathering strength and fury. She opened her eyes, and in that moment, everything was different. The shadows that had clung to her like ivy now recoiled, snapping back like a force had struck them. For the first time since she stepped into the house, she felt the warmth of the sun, faint, like a distant memory. But it was enough. Enough to push back the darkness, enough to drive it away. Jonathan's form trembled before her, his body racked with a violent shudder as if something inside him was fighting against the darkness that had overtaken him. His eyes flickered, returning to something human, something familiar. But then they darkened again, and the voice that had once spoken with Jonathan's lips spoke once more, its tone twisted and hungry. "You think you can fight it?" it hissed. "You think you can break free? You can't escape the house. You're in it, Olivia, and it's in you. You belong to me." The force of the shadows exploded outward with a screech, filling the air with a terrible noise like thousands of nails scraping against glass. Olivia staggered, her body pushed back by the force, but she stood her ground. The wind around them grew wild, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and decaying wood. It was the house, still calling, still reaching for her. And then, with a shuddering breath, she understood. This wasn't just a battle for her own survival. This was for Jonathan, too. He was still there, somewhere. He was lost, yes, but she could still feel his presence, like a spark buried beneath the blackened weight of the house. If she was to escape, he had to escape too. She couldn't leave him behind. "Jonathan!" she cried, stepping forward, her voice sharp with desperation. "Fight it! Fight it with me!" For a moment, there was silence. And then, his eyes, those familiar, warm eyes, looked back at her. But they weren't his alone. Behind them, buried in the black void, she could see something else, something darker, something older. "I don't know if I can," Jonathan said, his voice weak, the words caught in his throat as if trying to break free. "I don't know if I can stop it, Olivia." His voice faltered, and for a moment he seemed to struggle within himself. "It's inside me, Olivia. It's too strong." The darkness that had overtaken him seemed to ripple at his words like a wave cresting in a storm. But Olivia didn't stop. She couldn't. She wouldn't. "You can," she said, her voice breaking through the darkness. "You are not part of it. You are not part of the house. I won't let it take you. Fight it, Jonathan. I will not let you go. You are still you." Jonathan's body trembled as if trying to break free of the chains that held him. His hands reached out toward her, his fingers shaking, his form flickering between himself and the thing inside him. For a moment, it seemed as though he was going to break, to collapse into the darkness entirely. And then, something changed. A spark of light, tiny but fierce, flickered in his chest. I can feel you," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "I can feel you inside me, pushing it away." And then, like a wave crashing against a cliff, the house fought back. The shadows surged forward with a guttural roar, twisting and snapping like the lashes of 1,000 whips. The storm of darkness swallowed them, but Olivia felt it, felt the house faltering, felt the energy inside her thrumming, gathering force. "Together," she breathed. "Together, Jonathan." And with that, the energy that had been trapped within her, the energy that had once been swallowed by the house, surged out with a fierce, brilliant light. It wasn't just the house's energy that she was channeling anymore. It was her own, the power she had always held, buried beneath years of fear and grief. The light blazed, cutting through the darkness, and for a brief, fleeting moment, she saw everything. She saw the house, its true form, its twisted shape. She saw the faces of those who had been claimed before, the lost souls trapped within its walls. She saw Jonathan, truly him, not the thing that had worn his face. And in that instant she understood the house was not just a place, it was a force, an ancient, insidious presence that had fed on the broken, on those who had lost themselves to their fears and griefs. But it was not invincible, not anymore. With a scream, the house reeled back, its hold on Jonathan weakening, its power faltering. And as the darkness shrank away, so did the walls of the house. The air lightened, the wind picked up, scattering the heavy weight of the night. And for the first time since they had stepped into the house, Olivia felt free. The light from within her surged, burning bright against the suffocating darkness. Olivia could feel it, her energy, raw and untamed, blasting through her limbs like wildfire. Her hands trembled, not with fear, but with power. The house shuddered, the very walls creaking and groaning as if in pain, like an ancient being awakening after centuries of slumber. It had never expected this, never expected her. Jonathan's body, still caught between the shadows and the flicker of humanity inside, him twitched violently. His mouth opened as if to scream, but the sound never came. The darkness swirled violently around them, a beast in its death throes, thrashing and howling against the light she radiated. But then, silence. The oppressive weight of the air lifted. For a brief, glorious moment, it was as if time itself held its breath, waiting to see what would come next. The darkness, once a tangible force, seemed to hesitate, like a predator sensing the end of its hunt. The shadows recoiled and shrank back, retreating to the edges of the room, pulling away from Olivia and Jonathan as though afraid of the light. She conjured. "It's over," Olivia whispered, her voice hoarse, but there was a hint of triumph in it. "It's finally over." Jonathan's hands, once cold and lifeless, gripped hers now with warmth, his fingers curling around hers in something that felt real again. He looked at her, his eyes wide, uncertain, but still him. She could feel the pulse of life in them, the flicker of recognition. His breath was shallow, ragged, but he was there, and he was alive. "Olivia," he gasped, his voice weak. What did you do?" She didn't answer immediately. She couldn't. Her heart was still racing, her mind spinning with the intensity of what had just occurred. The house, the thing that had been pulling them down, dragging them into the darkness, was now nothing more than a whisper in the corners of her mind. The storm was over. The power was hers, not the house's. The house was crumbling, its grip on them broken. For the first time since they arrived, Olivia could breathe. The air felt lighter, like the weight of years of fear had been lifted from her shoulders. "We're free," she said, the words almost in disbelief. "We're finally free." But even as she spoke, she couldn't shake the lingering sense of something still there. The air had changed, yes, but something remained, something unseen, pressing in the silence like a shadow, waiting to be reborn. Jonathan's grip on her tightened, and she looked up to see his expression change. His eyes darkened again, just for a moment, his face twisting into that same disturbing, empty grin from before. The warmth in his touch wavered, replaced by a coldness she hadn't felt in what seemed like forever. "Jonathan?" Olivia asked, her voice trembling with unease. "What's happening?" Before he could answer, the world around them seemed to shift again. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the walls, once receding into the distance, began to close in. Slowly, like a tightening noose, the very space around them started to compress. The oppressive atmosphere was back, heavier than before, like the house itself had been merely biding its time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. "No," Olivia gasped, shaking her head. "No, please, not again." But Jonathan's eyes were no longer his own. They were empty. Nothing but blackness swirling in his pupils, the same darkness that had consumed him before. His face contorted in agony, his mouth twisting as though trying to scream, but only managing a choking gurgle. His skin, once pale and cold, now seemed to burn with an unnatural heat, as though something inside him was trying to break free. I'm so sorry," Jonathan whispered through clenched teeth, his voice barely audible. It's not over. I can feel it inside me." A cold dread gripped Olivia's heart as she looked around. The house was alive again, no longer fading, no longer retreating. It had shifted, its hunger only momentarily satiated, but still present, still hungry. The walls were bending, growing, the ceiling stretching downward as if to reclaim the space it had lost, and the air, once clean and clear, was now thick with the stench of decay, the scent of the house's rage. She stepped back, pulling Jonathan with her, but the ground beneath them gave way, cracked, splitting apart with a deep, reverberating groan. The floor buckled like a sinking ship, throwing them off balance. Olivia cried out as she fell, Jonathan's grip slipping from hers. She barely managed to catch herself, her hands scraping across the rough, jagged surface of the floor as the room tilted dangerously. "No!" she shouted, scrambling to her feet, panic surging through her veins. "Jonathan!" But he was already gone. His body, his human body, had fallen, consumed by the shadows. The last traces of light left him, fading as his form dissolved into the darkness, swallowed whole by the house. Olivia could only watch in horror as his outline was consumed, the shadows closing in around him like a storm. The darkness was taking him again. "No, no, no, no!" Olivia screamed, her voice cracking as she reached for him. "You can't take him! You can't have him!" But it was too late. Jonathan's body, his soul, was already being drawn back into the depths of the house, and Olivia, alone, again, was left to face the truth of what she'd always known deep inside her heart. She had freed him, yes, but in doing so, she had only delayed the inevitable. The house would never let go. It couldn't. The shadows wrapped around her once again, this time even more suffocating, more complete, as the house closed in on her, the air thick with the sound of her own heartbeat, faster, louder, desperate, and yet in the distance, just beyond her reach, she thought she saw something, a flash of light, like a spark of hope. It wasn't Jonathan, but it was something alive. With one final, desperate breath, Olivia pushed forward, her legs shaking, her mind clouded with terror but driven by one final, desperate need. She would not let this house take her. She would not become one of its lost souls. She had fought too hard, had come too far. She would escape. The darkness reached for her again, but this time she was ready. The walls closed in around Olivia, tightening like a noose. The air grew thicker, heavier, and her breath came in shallow gasps as she stumbled forward. Her body trembled, not from fear, but from an overwhelming surge of adrenaline. The house was closing in on her again, its dark heart beating with hunger, with rage, with the ferocity of an ancient creature that had been starved for too long. Every step felt like a battle, as though the very ground beneath her feet was fighting to pull her down, to drag her into the depths of the house where its endless maze of corridors would trap her forever. The shadows slithered across the floor, the walls, the ceiling, reaching out to grasp her with cold, bony fingers. But she would not stop. She could not. She had already come so far. She had to keep moving. Through the suffocating darkness, Olivia's eyes darted around, trying to find any sign of escape. There was none. The windows were long gone, sealed by the oppressive force of the house's will. The doors, shattered, disintegrating like dust. There was no way out, no way back. But then, there it was. A flicker of light, a glimmer, like the faintest reflection off water. It was weak, distant, and yet it pulled at her, like a beacon of hope amidst the sea of shadows. "Jonathan?" she whispered, her voice cracking with the effort. "Please." Her heart pounded in her chest as she followed the light, as it pulsed, glowing with a faint warmth that pushed back against the suffocating cold of the house. Her legs felt heavy, her feet dragging with each step, but she pressed forward, each movement a struggle, her will carrying her when her body wanted to collapse. The house seemed to roar in fury as she moved toward the light. The shadows swirled, thickening, thick like tar, ready to swallow her whole. The temperature dropped again. A biting cold that pierced her skin made her bones ache. The house knew what she was trying to do. It felt her defiance. But it wasn't enough to stop her. Not yet. And then, the walls around her trembled like a giant exhaling. The house groaned, its voice deep and guttural, like the rumble of thunder that shakes the very earth. It was coming for her, coming faster than ever before. The house wasn't just trying to contain her, it was trying to tear her apart. "You're not getting away," the voice hissed from the walls. "You can't leave. You belong to me." Olivia's heart thundered in her chest as she fought back the tears that stung her eyes. The house's words were sharp, like broken glass, and the sheer force of its presence almost made her knees buckle. It had fed on her grief, on her fear. But she refused to let it win. She couldn't. She wouldn't. She reached the light. It wasn't Jonathan. It was something else. A door, shining, glowing with a soft light that seemed to pierce the darkness around her. It was a portal, she realized, a threshold between this world and the other side. The house had opened it, but it wasn't the house that controlled it. No, it was her. It had always been her. Her mother's voice whispered in the back of her mind, "You are stronger than you know. You are the light that will drive it out." She reached out for the door, her hand trembling, and the light pulsed once, twice, like a heartbeat. It beckoned her forward, urging her to step into it, to take that final leap of faith. Her breath caught in her throat as she stared at the glowing outline, but the house wouldn't let her go without a fight. The shadows writhed and churned, screeching as they spun tighter, their forms growing more solid, more tangible. They lashed out, striking at her legs, at her arms, their cold tendrils wrapping around her with an almost mournful hunger. Olivia cried out in pain as they tightened their grip, pulling her back, away from the light, away from freedom. "You cannot escape me," the voice snarled, louder now, its words booming in her ears, rattling her very soul. "You think you can leave? You think you can defeat me?" She could feel the darkness seeping into her, feel it slipping past the barriers she had built, trying to break through her defenses. For a moment, the world around her shifted, and she found herself standing not in the hallway of the house, but in a forest, an endless, dark forest. The trees loomed tall, their branches twisted and gnarled, reaching toward her like hands, their leaves thick with decay. The ground beneath her was soft and wet, and the air carried a faint smell of rot. Shadows moved between the trees, shifting like living things, their eyes glowing with hunger. The trees whispered secrets, secrets of those who had been lost before her, those who had walked these cursed paths and never returned. "Jonathan," she called, her voice trembling. "Where are you?" There was no answer. The darkness pressed in, the weight of it suffocating, and Olivia stumbled, nearly falling to her knees. Her hands were slick with sweat as she reached for the light, her only hope, her only chance. The shadows closed in, their icy breath brushing her neck, but she reached out, ignoring the panic rising in her throat. She had to reach the light. She stepped forward, and with a crack the air shattered. The light exploded outwards, the force of it blinding, pushing the darkness away, sending it scattering like broken glass. The shadows screeched, their cries filling the air, but Olivia didn't stop. She could feel the house quaking beneath her, as though it were being torn apart from the inside out. The light was her light. It was the key. She was the key. And in that moment, the house collapsed. The sound was deafening, a terrible roar that shook the very ground beneath her. The walls shattered, the floors caving in, the very foundation of the house splintering like old wood under the weight of time. The house was dying, its heart finally ceasing to beat. And with its death, the world around her began to collapse, the nightmare unraveling. Olivia stumbled as the ground shifted beneath her, the very earth trembling beneath her feet. The forest, if it had even been real, faded away, the trees disintegrating, like dust in the wind. The shadows dissolved, their presence evaporating into the air. The light grew stronger, brighter, filling every corner of the space until it was all she could see. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, it was over. Olivia stood in the stillness, her chest heaving with exhaustion, her body trembling from the effort. The air was clean, fresh, like the first breath after a storm. The house, the nightmare, was gone. The oppressive weight of the darkness had lifted, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. For a long moment she stood there, letting the peace wash over her, feeling the warmth of the light spread through her. It was only then that she realized Jonathan was gone. The shadows had taken him, and in that moment of triumph she had failed him. But she didn't feel defeated. No, she felt something else, a deep, aching sorrow, yes, but also relief. The house, the nightmare, had consumed so many lives before hers. It had claimed so many souls. And now it was gone, and she was free. But as she looked out at the emptiness, Before her, she couldn't shake the feeling that something still lingered in the shadows, watching, waiting for the next soul to wander too close. The wind howled through the empty ruins, the trees standing like dark sentinels in the distance, their branches swaying with eerie grace. Olivia stood in the clearing, her feet bare against the cold earth, her skin tingling with the aftershock of what had transpired. The house, the nightmare, was no more. Yet despite the quiet, despite the stillness that clung to the land like a forgotten memory, Olivia couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. The air around her, once so heavy with the dark presence of the house, now felt hollow, almost too empty. She breathed deeply, feeling the rush of air filling her lungs, but it did little to ease the weight on her chest. The feeling lingered, gnawing at the edges of her thoughts. She stepped forward, her steps unsteady but determined, each one taking her further away from the place she had once called a prison. The remnants of the house, its shattered frame, were barely recognizable, just splintered wood and scattered debris, slowly being consumed by the earth. It was as if the land itself was trying to forget, to bury the horrors that had unfolded within those walls. But even as she walked away, a faint, whispering voice tugged at her mind. Low, soft, almost a caress. Olivia. She stopped dead in her tracks. The voice was familiar, almost tender, but there was something wrong about it. Something not quite right. It was the kind of whisper that lured you to the edge of a cliff and told you to jump. The kind that promised something you needed, but knew you didn't want. "Jonathan," she whispered, her voice trembling in the silence. No answer. She waited, straining her ears, but the only sound was the wind stirring the dry leaves and the distant rustling of branches. Nothing. But that feeling, that weight, still pressed against her. The shadows in the corners of her vision flickered, moving just beyond the edges of her perception. She shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts, but they only seemed to grow darker, the weight heavier. The whisper came again, this time louder, closer. "Olivia, come back. It's not finished. You know it's not finished." Her heart skipped a beat. The voice wasn't Jonathan's, not exactly. It had an undercurrent of something darker, something twisted, and with the voice came the sensation. She wasn't alone. The air, once so crisp, now thickened. It was as if the land itself was shifting beneath her feet, the ground trembling in response to an unseen presence. She turned slowly, scanning the horizon, the trees, the ruins. There was nothing, no movement, no sign of life. Yet the hairs on her neck stood on end, the feeling intensifying with every passing second. The whisper came again, more insistent now, like a lure, a beckoning. "Come back, Olivia. You belong here. We all belong." She took a step back, her breath caught in her throat. The voice was wrong. It was not Jonathan. It was something far darker, something that should not be. She had won. She had defeated the house, driven the darkness away. She had freed herself, hadn't she? But then she remembered the moment before everything had collapsed. The moment when Jonathan had reached out to her, when the house had pulled him back, when the shadows had swallowed him whole. Her heart clenched in her chest. She hadn't freed him. She hadn't been able to save him. And now, the house, the evil, was still calling to her. The whisper was not just in her ears, it was in her mind, echoing through her thoughts, as if it had been there all along, waiting for the right moment to break through. "You can't escape, Olivia. No one ever does." She shut her eyes tightly, squeezing them shut as if to block out the voice. But it was there, still there, crawling through her skin, slithering into her thoughts like a serpent. And it wasn't just a whisper anymore. It was growing. Louder, stronger, twisting her thoughts, feeding on her guilt, her fear. The shadows in the trees seemed to reach toward her now, their shapes warping, as if the very landscape was warping in response to the house's influence. The ground beneath her feet felt unstable, as though it might crack open and swallow her whole at any moment. Her heart raced as she tried to breathe, tried to focus. No, she thought, I am free. I defeated it. I ended it. I won. But even as she thought it, she knew the truth. The house hadn't died. It hadn't truly been destroyed. It had shifted. It had adapted, just like the shadow inside Jonathan, just like the darkness that had been feeding on her fear all along. It had found a new home, a new vessel, and that vessel was her. The world tilted, the ground shifting beneath her feet again, and the whispers grew louder. They filled her mind, wrapping around her thoughts, twisting them, until they were no longer her own. Come back, Olivia. We are waiting for you. And then it clicked. She was not just hearing the voice of the house. No. She was hearing the voices of everyone who had ever been lost to it, every soul, every shattered piece of humanity that had been consumed by its hunger. They were calling to her. The house was not finished with her. It would never be finished with her. But she wasn't the only one. Through the mist of the voices, she heard something. A familiar sound, one that made her freeze in place. Footsteps. Slow. Measured. She turned, her breath catching in her throat. Her heart pounded in her chest as she searched the emptiness, the trees, the ruined house. And then, there he was. Jonathan. Not as she remembered him. Not the man she had fought for. Not the one she had tried to save. But something other. His eyes were black, voids of darkness, and his skin was ashen, almost translucent, his figure impossibly thin. He stood before her, his body swaying in the wind, like a shadow struggling to hold on to its form. Jonathan, she whispered, her voice barely a breath, but his lips parted in a smile, twisted, hollow. You did this, he said, his voice a distorted echo of the one she remembered. You saved me, Olivia, and now we can both belong to it. Her stomach churned with terror as the shadows surged forward, engulfing him, melding with him, like a sickening dance of darkness and decay. And as he stepped toward her, she felt it, the same cold, insidious pull she had felt when she first entered the house. Only now it was pulling her in. No, Olivia gasped, stepping back, her feet stumbling as she retreated into the emptiness. I'm not going back. I can't. I won't. But the darkness was relentless, swirling around her, thick and suffocating, crawling up her legs, tugging at her arms, pulling her closer to the shadowy figure of Jonathan. He reached out, his hand stretching toward her, his smile widening, inviting her into the void. And for a moment, just a fleeting moment, Olivia hesitated. Maybe she could escape it. Maybe she could outrun it. But the truth clawed at her from deep within. There was no escape, not now. Not from the house. Not from what it had made her. It had marked her, claimed her, and it would never let go. The shadows crept closer, and with them the final whispers. The house's last promise. You belong here. We all belong. Forever. As the darkness closed in, Olivia reached out, her hand trembling as she touched Jonathan's cold, empty hand, and everything, every memory, every hope, every spark of light, vanished into the void. And the house, with its insatiable hunger, waited for the next soul to wander to